Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. Sorry, I got tied up with some other stuff. I know I'm late. I'm late. Chastise me. Bad. Just shake your finger like that. Bad. Bad. Gotta get all my windows open. I'm late. Had to work night shift last night. I know, it's not an excuse. Cody the monster dog. Cody tried to eat me. That's what I know. He tried to eat me, and him's rude. Him's a rude boy. The rudest of boys. I need to put a poll up. Hold on. We need a poll. We cannot proceed without a poll. I always giggle coming up with the poll options. I hope you like this one this time. I think I came up with a nice one this time. I think it's really well done. I think you're gonna enjoy it. I think you're gonna like it. You're gonna like the way that I think. Alright, now we gotta start the ritual all over again. I need a Bone Slayer blade. Let's go check Tradery. Let's see if my Bone Slayer blade's up there. We'll see if anybody exists and wants to actually, like, contact me back. Bone Slayer blade. What? Slayer blade, my friend. Ladder, check. Softcore, check. PC switch, check. Ethereal, check. We got one. It's up here for a Malaroon. I'm going to offer him an ist because I don't have a Mal, so I'm going to overpay him. We're going to see if he's alive. Are you alive? And do you have the blade? Because I need the blade! I need to farm for it. I need to actually go get the stupid thing. I gotta go farm Diablo, and I gotta spend hours and hours and hours farming this stupid blade, this Bone Slayer blade. I gotta slave my life away farming for this item.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
At least I've got an Enigma, so the farming shouldn't be like too bad. What's up, Fiji? How's it going?
It's going. How's it going, Ginger?
I'm here. I'm alive. I think I'm alive. Let me check my pulse. I'm gonna try and farm this stupid weapon again. Somebody actually has one up there for a Malaroon. I offered him an Istroon. We'll see if he actually replies, but... And it's ethereal. I'm gonna get there. It's gonna be like a 12. I'm gonna cry.
I'm making a summoner right now.
A summon necro?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what kind of a summon necro are you making?
Just a regular old-fashioned skeleton army.
Oh, okay. I need a Mang Songs. You can have my Armor King Lyric. It's got a 14 all-res jewel in it.
Oh. It's pretty good.
I don't want this stupid thing. I've also got a Karen Shard if you want a Karen Shard. They're, it's basically the same thing as Armor King Lyric. It's just, it's more generic than specifically for the skeletons. Like, Armor King Lyric is +2 summoning, and then it has like +3 to the other abilities. Arm of the Karen Shard has, I think it's +2. Well, let me go look at it. They're basically the same. There's just one is more for like all summons, and one is more for the skeletons. Yeah, Karen Shard is +2 summoning and +1 necro, which means it gives +3 to everything. Whereas Arm of King Lyric only gives +2 to summoning skills and only more plus the skills to very specific things. So like you'll get more Golem Mastery, you'll get more Golem Summon Resist, you'll get more like pluses to your revives. Just like in general, it's going to give you more plus to skills. It's also got +1 to necro on it as well, instead of just summoning. So it also gives you +1 to your curses and like your bone armor and all the other crap. It's actually like a competitive item to Arm of King Lyric. It's like a direct competitor. It's just not specifically set up for the skeletons. I don't know if you already have one. You might already have an Arm of King Lyric.
I do not know. I have absolutely nothing for necro.
Why is my cube on the wrong side? He's a heathen. He just asked me if my cube was on the wrong side. That means he's a left-hand cuber. Left-hand cubers are literally Nazis. Man with no name is a Nazi, guys. Get him.
Ew. Dang old Nazi.
Them damn left-handed cubers. They need to be eradicated from society.
Yeah, surprisingly, out of all the MF that I've been doing and everything else like that, not a single thing for any necros.
Yeah, if you want to come to GGM1, I'm in a nightmare game right now. I could just drop you the Karen Shard. Or maybe I'll even just give you the Armor King later. I can just use the Karen Shard myself. I don't know. It gives me more bonus points to my Golem, which is nice. I don't know. Which one do you want?
Surprise me.
Surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He likes surprises, he says. He likes surprises.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to use the Karen Shard. The Karen Shard means I get more points to my Fire Golem, which is what I want anyway.
I'm back to leveling this way.
It also gives me another point to my lower res, which is not bad either. Wow, what a ridiculous bone helmet. 27% cold res, 24% fire res, 25% poison length reduction. It's like a tri-res bone helmet. It's low level too.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
He's overburdened. A unique ring from Nightmare Diablo.
Dwarf Star.
I don't know. I gotta identify it first. Apparently I didn't have any identify scrolls.
Actually, it could be a Raven Frost.
It also could be a Nagel, it could be a Mantle, it could be a Soj, it could be all sorts of beautiful things. And the survey says 7% mantled teal. At least it's a perfect mantled. I'm pretty sure I'm using a 5% mantled on my Paladin right now, so I guess that's an upgrade. A upgrade. Now, if you ever look at Karen Shard and Armor King Lyric side by side, they're basically the same item. It's really weird. I don't know why they would design two wands that are the same item. They both have the mana based on character level, the health based on character level. They both have plus to summoning skills. Karen Shard actually has faster cast on it though, which is kind of interesting.
Armor King Lyric has the same faster cast rates.
Yeah, it's like they're the same exact item. It's like somebody took two items and they were like, okay, I want to make a really generic summoning wand, and then I want to make a summoning wand which sucks on everything except for skeletons. And then, like, that's what they did. So Armor King Lyric is the skeleton one, and Karen Shard is the, like, more generic summoning wand.
I need mana.
I also like that it gives +1 necro, though. So that's the one thing that the Armor King Lyric doesn't do, is it doesn't give any skills to, like, the whole necro tree. So you don't get any plus to your curses, or plus to your, like, your bone armor, for instance, which can help keep you alive, your corpse explosion, you know, like any other skill that you might be using besides just summons. It really matters with amp too. Like, I used to think it didn't matter with amp, but amp's size gets ridiculously huge and the duration gets ridiculously long the more points you have in amp. And if you only put 1 point in amp, you have to, like, sit there and spam it. Like, you're literally just like, like, all the time. Whereas when you get a couple points into it, you know, a little bit of level, a little bit plus the skills, like, it goes from spamming it to, like, you like one button and it, like, covers the whole screen, and it lasts for, like, forever. Which I know it's totally just a what's it called, a convenience thing. You know, it's like you can just spam it and get the same benefit, but there's just something really fun about walking into a room and you're just like, and, like, the whole freaking room is cursed. Yep. Like, yeah, everybody gets cursed.
I can't.
Does the Armor King Lyric have faster hit recovery on it?
No.
So maybe that's one thing that this one has over it then. It's got 30% faster hit recovery.
Yep. And it has, Karen Shard has replenished life, I believe I saw as well.
Yeah,
and
5.
it has the life based on character level as well.
Oh,
Whereas,
the Armor King Lyric doesn't have the life?
no, it only has the mana.
Only has the mana, okay. But you can see they're almost identical with, like, minor changes.
Yes.
I wish I had found one of these earlier, because I probably would have put the 14 all res jewel in this instead.
Right. Trapped.
It's not going to be my end game item though, so we put on
Yeah,
something else.
My in-game item, I'm gonna go with the using Beast for the fanaticism.
Is there a D2 prom? What do you mean a prom? Cedar staff. Is that chromatic iron? And then Impaler. I don't really care about any of that stuff. Thought for a second my computer was spazzing out there. Why does your microphone keep, like, buzzing? It's really weird.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like,
Hold on, let me fix it.
it almost sounds like static from a TV. Boom. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Farming one boss forever because I want to try and get a specific drop. But he won't give me what I want because he's a turd and he looks like a rock.
Is that better?
I don't know. I have to wait. No.
Ugh.
It's like it's like when your mic's at rest and you're not talking.
Mm-hmm.
It just like I see if I look over at Discord, I see the light. It lights up green, and then when it lights up green, it makes like a buzzing noise.
I don't know why it's...
That sounds like a fly or something. I don't know.
Ugh, microphone, please. Wonder if it's one of the cables. Let me fix that.
I mean, it's intermittent. It's not all the time. Like, so it's not a sustained tone. It's like, you know, it's like bzz, zzz, 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 zzz. If that makes any sense. So maybe, yeah, it could be like some cable touching something, or I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, I used to play with the microphone, or the stereo phone that was hooked up to the speakers. You could like put your fingers on it, and it would make like a buzzing noise. Actually, kind of sounds a little bit like that. Like maybe there's a stereo cable like touching something, or it's not plugged in all the way.
I can't. Impossible. Impossible. I am overburdened.
Bow. Grimwald of Grimliness.
Not even death can save you from me.
Shing, shing, shing. Oh, I don't even have an army. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Diablo. Let me make my army real quick. Like I come punch you in the eye.
Not enough mana.
I didn't even make an army. I guess my merc was just carrying the entire thing by himself. Like a true champion of champions. I'm so shiny? Why am I so shiny? I got shine? I'm a shine. A large charm. Boobies.
Okay.
Whoa, did you find it?
Is it still doing it, or?
I was just wondering. I didn't know if you've like figured it out.
Greetings.
I was actually thinking it kind of reminded me of like when you were when you were a kid, you like put your finger on the stereo cable and it makes the buzzing noise on the speaker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It shouldn't be doing that.
Could be a loose stereo plug.
Well, that's why I kept like... I unplugged like all my cables and replugged them all back in like pretty...
That's probably what it is then, because it stopped. Sounds like one of your stereo plugs is just a little loose.
Thank God that's that is all it was. I paid a hefty price for the microphone itself.
It could also be, and this is something that I've dealt with and I've fixed by getting a ground loop isolator. You know what those are?
You don't know.
No, they're really cheap. They're like $10. You can get them online. Basically what it is like when you plug in your, say your computer into the wall, and then you plug in, you know, like a stereo system into the wall, and you have like other things plugged into the wall. They're all in the same ground loop. And so what happens is, especially with like sound, is that the like the vibrations or the electrical energies coming through the ground wire, since they're connected to all of the devices, can cause like minor interferences in the sound. I've actually experienced this myself. Like I had a situation where like when I moved my mouse, it was legit when I moved my mouse, I would hear like a buzzing noise in the thing. Because my mouse was connected to the computer was connected to the wall, which was connected to the ground, and then like my speakers were connected to the same outlets, which was also connected to the ground, which was looping back through the frickin' speakers. So I had to get like it was just a little thing called a ground loop isolator, and it goes in between your headset and your or your microphone and your whatever, like whatever you're plugging in. It's just basically a stereo jack to a stereo jack connection, and it just isolates it from the ground so you don't have ground loop interference. I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Yeah, because my microphone goes into a, I have like a interface and I have like a cloud lifter. So.
A cloud lifter? What's that?
It's, it's like a mic activator. Like a microphone activator. Because I have like I got a super fancy one. Because I used to stream quite a bit, but then like I just lost all motivation. I just, I don't know. So.
What was your stream? What did you stream?
I streamed, I mean, I streamed like a variance of games, but I don't know.
You never found your passion?
Well, more or less I did want to stream D2, but I played a lot of Team Fortress 2, and like competitively, I have a stupid amount of hours in the game, so it's like I just can never settle down on one thing, and I just, I don't know.
Okay, ain't nothing gonna make you more upset than competitive Team Fortress 2. Trying to keep your cool on stream, like, it's not gonna work. I actually wanted to stream, when I first started, I wanted to stream like some Counter-Strike and stuff like that, but I just realized how completely impossible that is. Counter-Strike and like even first-person shooters like Team Fortress 2 just require so much concentration. Like I'd have to just turn off chat. Like I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even respond to chat. I would just have to just move on and just be like, yeah, I'm not talking to you guys in the middle of a competition. I'm sorry.
Yeah, even though just like playing casually, like I'm so into it, then like I look over and people are just like they're all like talking, and I'm just like.
Even the slightest thing can mess up my concentration a lot of the times when I was playing those games. And then I got into like there's so many cheaters in those games, dear Lord Jesus. I can't even explain. Those games just, especially competitively. It's like competitiveness brings out the worst in people. I was playing like everything from Natural Selection, which was a really good Half-Life mod. You know, Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike 1.6, Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike Global Assault, when it first came out and when it went free. Team Fortress 1, Team Fortress 2. Like, I mean, I played a lot of first-person shooters for a long time.
Yep.
I was pretty good, honestly. I think I was like the top of my clan for the longest time. There was only like 1 or 2 people that were better than me. It was really disappointing because one day they were all drunk and we were all playing together, you know, just having a good time like we normally do. You know, no competition involved. And there was like 2 people that were always like just ahead of me, like in like skill level. Let's just say skill level. And so one day when they were drunk and we were all playing together, one of them shoots me a message and says, hey, here's the program that we're all using. And it was an aimbot program. And I was pretty upset. Like, because not only did that confirm that literally the 2 other players that were in the clan that were better than me were cheating the entire time, they literally sent me the program. But it also kind of made me feel like crap too, because you know, here I was trying to get good at the game legitimately, you know, just trying to get better with my reflexes, up my frame rates, you know, I had like the, you know, like the 120 hertz monitor with like the blur busters to get like the ultimate response time and all this. And here they were, like every single time I would catch up to them in skill level, they would just up the slider like a little bit for like a little bit more headshots.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty crappy.
Like, I was curious when I was younger, and I downloaded a program to like use aimbot, but I did it offline on bots just to see what it was like because I was curious. And after that, I was just like, nah, this just isn't. I did it for maybe about an hour, and I was like, this online would be so boring.
Oh, it is. It's super boring.
So then I was just like, well, get rid of that, and then I just went off and just played TF2 and just got competitive in that.
Yeah, I used to do MML leagues in Counter-Strike and Team Fortress. I don't remember if I ever did MML leagues in Global Offensive. I think I had kind of fallen off at that point. Global Offensive was actually the one that convinced me to stop playing.
CSGO was quite trash, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't think it was like a bad game overall. What convinced me not to stop playing was when I found out how many cheaters there were. Counter-Strike Global Offensive keeps track of all of your games. Like, you can literally go in there at any time, and you can just pull up, like, games that you played, like, 6 months ago, and you can look at all the players that were in the game. You can go back and look at recordings of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that like, stuck out at me was when I went back and looked at, like, recordings that were, like, 6+ months old, most of the people in those games were VAC banned.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, so I was playing against cheaters, and I'm still playing against cheaters. It's like almost every single game there was like friggin' 1 to 3 people that got VAC banned per game every single game I played, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I was like, so basically there's always a cheater in my game at some point. I was like, and this isn't even just my imagination. This is like confirmation by the game company. I'm like, okay. Yep. And then I remember one time on Counter-Strike Global Offensive, I finally ranked up to, I can't remember what it was back when Global Offensive first started. There was double AKs, and then like right above double AKs, I think it was like Gold Nova or something. I can't remember the original ranking system.
1, 2.
Yeah, so I ended up getting double AKs, and then I ranked up into the first rank of like Gold Nova. Every game I played in Gold Nova had a, like, not just a cheater, you know, not just me like being, oh, he's probably cheating. No, he was like straight up like spinning headshot bots, like that kind of level cheating where it's like really, really obvious that people are cheating.
So
and like
goofy.
all of the games had cheaters in them, and I'm like, okay, so is this basically what happens in Global Offensive? Is that anybody who's good enough to get ranked Global Offensive is basically just a cheater at that point? Like, once you hit Gold Nova, you're just in the cheater ranks and you get to just fight other cheaters? Because that's what it seemed like. It seemed like every single time I did a game, like in the Gold Nova rank, it was just all cheaters. And then I would get D-ranked back to double AKs, and I would go back to, like, going up against people that weren't actually cheating. So it was almost like the Gold AKs was the top rank of Global Offensive for the longest time, with the cheaters all just being in their own ranks. And that was where Smurf accounts came from. You know what Smurf accounts are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was,
yeah.
that was where that whole thing came from, because the cheaters were tired of fighting other cheaters. They wanted to go Smurf, so they're like, okay, let's make a new account. Then they get ranked at 0. Then they go fight the real players for a little while until they get re-ranked at Global, you know, Gold Nova 1 or Gold Nova 4 or whatever. And then they just delete that account and they do it over and over again so they can keep going back and fighting all the newbies. Which they made super easy when they made the game free. Because then you could just make as many accounts as you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And now CS2, unbelievably, like,
I haven't even checked CS2. Is it free to play like CS:GO?
yeah.
I mean, it's fun to go in there and just play, like, and just don't even worry about the fact that there's cheaters. and just have some fun, just playing the game. But
Well, CS2 is so bad, full of cheaters, that even professional players are complaining about it and saying something.
well,
There has
they
been
really
so
don't
many.
do anything to stop them. Like there's pretty much
I
nothing.
know.
I heard that like they eventually instituted like this unconfirmed zone or whatever. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's like a zone of players in CS:GO that don't have access to like the confirmed status or something. And like, dude, if you go into that area is just full of spin bots and like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like there is no trying to hide it in those areas. Like it's literally just, we don't care. We're just going to turn on our spin bot, headshot everyone within like a 500-yard radius. Just like spinning around in circles like a whirlwind barbarian in the middle of the the middle of the frickin' square. And if you happen to show your head at any point, it's just gone.
Yeah, there's been actually some pro teams that have at least one confirmed player that cheats and has been like permanently like banned from ever competing. There was that one Indian team. There was some other like team that had it happen. I guess there was like a third one. It's just nonstop. It's like, how can you guys just not?
Well,
Like-
did you participate in the MML leagues?
No,
Like in TF2? I'm pretty sure they had MML leagues for TF2.
I played in Highlander
Or
for the
Cal?
most part.
Oh, Highlander?
Yeah, and then I played nines for a bit, and then I wanted to get into sixes. But I just could never like find like a team that was willing to just pull me on.
Well, I was
So-
talking about more along the lines of the organization that runs it. Like Cal was the one that usually ran it, Cal M, and then I think there was the MML league. But like, if you go to their website, they have a list of banned players.
Oh yeah.
I went and looked at the list of banned players, and I was like, "Holy Jesus!" And I was scrolling, and scrolling, and scrolling, and scrolling, and there was no end to it. Like it just kept going and going and going. It was like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of names, like hundreds of thousands of names of people that have been banned, and I was like, "Holy crap!"
Impossible. I can't.
I mean, at least that shows that they're trying to ban the people that are cheating, but like how many people? Basically everybody's cheating. There's like
Yeah.
a small percentage that aren't. They're the only ones that are left. Well, there's only like 10 guys left that weren't cheating, so we're going to do a 5v5.
Well, it's funny that some aren't even like some. It's just crazy because some players like there was a few pro players that I know. They were legit and everything, but they got permanently banned for other reasons. More specifically, setting inappropriate or talking inappropriately with underaged
Well,
people.
you're representing companies at that point. You got like NASCAR patches on your shirt. Like, you know, it's like you're in a situation where you got to uphold more than just yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
The company doesn't want to hear you, you know, like doing terrible things while you got their patch on their shirt. On your shirt. Probably actually know it on their shirt. It's probably their shirt.
It's just crazy to think. It's like what brings, like, I mentally cannot ever understand like what brings someone, especially with being around people like that all the time, to bring yourself down to like, oh, I'm gonna start flirting with like minors. I just cannot grasp the concept. And I mean, I was in college for psychology for a bit, and I still cannot wrap my head around it.
I mean, I gotta say that as being a personality, like a internet personality, I don't generally contact anyone. So, like, speaking for myself, I don't go out of my way to contact or message anybody pretty much ever. And the only way that any contact would probably happen is if they tried to contact me specifically. And I would have to imagine that they are probably in a very similar ballpark. Like most content creators that end up in those situations, they probably get contacted first. by whoever this person is. And maybe they're stupid and they respond. Like, most of the time I just don't even respond to the messages that I get. Because a lot of them are really dumb stuff like, do you need any graphic artist work? Dude, I get so many graphic artists contacting me on a regular basis. Like, oh my dear Lord Jesus. You don't even know. Like, I think if I go back through my DM list, I probably have in excess of 100 different graphic artists that constantly message me and ask me if I need any work. And you know what? I'm not like an unfeeling monster. So, like, sometimes I'll try and work with them if I do actually need something done. And then they try to charge me the most absorbent prices in the world. I'm like, okay, I need like a logo. Like, can you just like design me this logo, like a chinchilla with like, you know, like a evil grin on his face or something? And then they're like, all right, that'll be $499.99.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm like,
No.
I'm just gonna go on Fiverr and pay a guy $50 to do it. Like,
That's crazy.
And I literally will send them to the link to the guy on Fiverr who's gonna do a better job than they've done. And they showed me their artwork, and their artwork isn't even really that good. And I'm just trying to be polite. And it's just like, dude, I'm trying to throw you a bone here. Like, you can put it in your portfolio that you did a job for Ginger Gaming Mentor, and you can even use me as a reference. I was like, but you want to charge me like $500 for something that's not even worth $500? I was like, I didn't contact you. I'm like, you contacted me. It's like, I'm not coming to your door asking for work. I'm gonna start taking artist interns.
I can't.
Yeah, that's.
Speaking
Some
of
people-
artwork, I need some artwork done. If there's any really good artist out there who wants to get something on their portfolio, I will pay you. All right, but don't be charging me, like $500 for like a T-shirt. All right, I can go on Fiverr and get the same T-shirt design for like max like $60, and that's honestly 60 is pushing it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like if I pulled up Fiverr right now, this is where I go a lot of the times to get jobs done. You go up to Fiverr and you search for something like, I don't know, like T-shirt design, right? These guys are good too, by the way. They're not like crappy at this job. They're good at it. Alright, so you just like go in here and you search for something like T-shirt design, right? And there's graphic artists on here that are selling their services. Like, here you go, right here. I will make you a vintage retro T-shirt for $50, right? So when you come to me and I ask you to make me a T-shirt and you want to charge me like $500 for a T-shirt, I'm going to go right here, okay? This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to like literally just message this guy. I'm going to tell him what I want. He's going to make me a really awesome freaking vintage T-shirt for $45 for the basic, $67.50 for the full design plus the PNG and the PSD file. Or I can pay him $180 and I can get 3 different designs. And you're only giving me 1 design for $500. He's going to give me 3. All right? Like, I hate to say it, but you got to be competitive. Like, if you're going to contact me and, like, solicit your services, you need to be competitive. And these guys got reviews. I can see how much people actually like their stuff. I can go down here and I can look at some of their shirt designs to see if I like his general art style. I mean, look at these. Some little vintage shirts. I might have to make some, like, vintage chinchilla shirts. That sounds kind of fun. I'm probably gonna get some more designs up on the thing. I actually do want to get some designs in. In fact, I might want to like write it down before I forget, cause I always do. Put exclamation points on it to remind myself. No, but seriously, like, and I'm getting off track here. I'm running on a tangent. But, like, I don't think that that's how it works most of the time. When you're a public figure, you kind of avoid all contact with most people because most people are just trying to solicit you for, like, business opportunities and things like that. So, it's not really a good idea. Like, the only people that, like, go out of their way to contact you usually want something. Whether it's good or bad. Whether it's trying to sell you a service or whether it's trying to, what's the other term I'm looking for? Or whether it's trying to con you. Like, there's a lot of people that try and con you, too. Like, I can't even count the number of times I've been approached by a company offering, you know, sponsorships or various other things, and then they send me, like, the package, and it includes something really simple, like an exe file or a screensaver file. And I've worked in the computers long enough, there's no way you're going to catch me with something that stupid.
You gotta be careful of PDF files now, by the way.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? What's the thing about PDF files? Are they not actually PDF files? Just the same way that the EXV file is not actually an EXE file?
Yep. They have PDF files now where they can hide it, so it like runs a script, and then there's actually a really like deadly like virus now where like it can. I forget specifically. I'd have to find the video again and actually like show you it, but it's disgusting.
Well, the ones that that normally have tried to get me have been things like it's really stupid when you see it, because if you fall for it, you're actually going to feel really dumb if you fall for it. But let me give you an example. So let me pull this notepad up, and I'm going to write it down. So imagine you had somebody send you promo materials, right? And the promo material is supposed to be an MP4 file, which is a video format. So it says like promo video dot MP4, right? But then right after it, it says .exe, or it says .src, which is a screensaver file, or something like that. These are executables that can be opened up in your computer. And they basically just, it's the lowest brow of trying to steal your information, which is literally just to name something like a video file or a PDF file or something, and then literally at the end of it, it's an exe file. And as soon as you go to open it up, bam, you now have a virus. They have access to your computer. They can now like try and steal your YouTube channel, which is, I'm pretty sure, what their end goal is, to be perfectly honest, is to steal my YouTube channel. I can't imagine that it's anything else.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. The same thing with like PDF files now. They figured out a way to do all that.
Well, I'll have to be keep my eyes open for PDF files too.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times I'll just open it on my phone, because I know that my phone usually is insulated versus like PC viruses. And it's funny because a lot of them will literally say in the email, which is hilarious, at the bottom it'll say something like, do not open this on your phone. It is best to be open on your computer for optimal viewing performance, or something like that.
Yeah, I bet.
Because they know that if you open it on your phone, it's not going to do anything. But if you open it on your PC, it is going to do something, and it's going to infect your PC with a virus, at which point they get access to all of your stuff. It's silly.
Jokes on them, I still have an antivirus on my phone.
Do that here.
But I mean, it's one of those things where, like, unless the person is deliberately going out of their way to connect and contact with people, like I'm always a little bit suspicious, because you know, like, if somebody contacts me, it's pretty much just like, well, what do you want?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it? Why are you contacting me? Because I know it's not just to be happy, excited. And honestly, I think some of these things are bots. Like, I can't be 100% sure about this, and it might just be my imagination, but I swear there's like a pattern to them. And I don't know if maybe it's like some school somewhere is like pumping out graphic artists and is giving them like a script to follow or something, or what, but they follow this almost exacting script, and it's so easy for me to pick out, because there's no organicness in the way that they communicate. It's so inorganic that anybody would realize like what's going on. They're like, wait a minute. Now, I think I remember when the first time it happened, before I had actually recognized the pattern, there was like there was a certain period of time there where I wasn't sure. But the pattern is really obvious, okay? And I'll tell you guys the pattern. So the first thing that they do is they always say hi, or hello, or like, what's up, and they don't actually tell you what they want, right? They try to like start a conversation with you, Like, can you imagine if somebody knocked on your door and the first thing that they say is hi, right? But they will not say anything in return. Like,
That would be so
like they
awkward.
just stand there, like they say hi, and they just stand there, and they wait for your response. And if you don't say hi back, they won't say anything except for hi again. And they won't start their spiel until you say hi back to them, which is like the first red flag right off the bat. Is literally like I'm like, so this person will not tell me what the hell they want.
Impossible.
I mean, you would think if somebody's going to start a spiel on you, like where they're going to, like, you know, start a sales pitch, they would do it right away, right? You open the door, like, you're like, hello. They're like, hey, I'm from such and such company selling vacuum cleaners. Would you like to take a look at our newest model? It sucks, it blows, it sucks. You know, or something stupid like that, right? But they never start into their spiel until you literally, like, respond to them and initiate, like, a dialogue, like a greeting, like, sequence or something. Like it's almost like they're bots that are programmed for the specific purposes of contacting people and finding a result. Like, I'm not sure if you guys know this, and this will be like some news for you if you've never heard this before. In the real world, you know, when you get a telephone call and it's a bot call, if you do not respond, if you pick up the phone and you do not say hello, the bot will not recognize that it got a human. It will not transfer your call to the headquarters or to the call center. So basically how the bot works is it calls up random numbers. You pick up the phone, you say hi, right? It recognizes that you said hi, then transfers you to a live person, all right? If you don't say hi, it doesn't transfer you to a live person, and it hangs up because it registers that the number is not a real number. So if you try this one day, whenever you get like a spam call, just pick up the phone and don't say anything. It will just, you'll hear like some background static or something for a little bit, and then it'll just click off, and that's it. And you won't actually get like a robocall to an actual person. And that's what makes me think that it's literally these people messaging me are literally just bots, like they're AI programming bots or something, trying to like work out human speech. It's like we got like Skynet rising here, and they're trying to figure out how to talk like real humans. It's kind of scary when you say it that way. But then once you initiate the dialogue, like once you say hi, they say hi back. Once you like, they ask you how your day is, which is really freaking weird, by the way, when you're like cold calling somebody. Like, how you doing? Like, could you imagine that? Like, somebody comes to your door, they knock on your door, right? You have no clue who this person is. They're like, hi. You're like, hey, how's it going? They're like, oh, it's good. How about you? Are you doing all right? Like, yeah, I'm fine. So, do you need any graphic artist work? I had a couple girls from OnlyFans message me too.
Oh, nice.
They got blocked. I didn't. I moved on with my life. Just blocked them immediately. I'm not. No, thank you.
I was gonna say, how did Mrs. Ginger think of that?
Oh, she already thinks that I like. I don't even know. I'm not interested in anyone else but her. But she doesn't believe me.
Oh, yeah. Typical wife things.
Typical wife things.
Yeah, go ahead. You would message her. Like, no, I didn't see. I blocked her right here. Nope, you talking to her.
Dirty, dirty hoe. Dirty, 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 hurdy, birdie. Can you, like, kill something, please? Stop running around. Act like a level 90 plus mercenary, please. Thank you.
Mercenary is. We're staying alive.
Sometimes I need him to put his life aside and start doing some DPS.
That makes sense.
I need you to live. I'm hoping this guy messaged me back about this Bone Slayer blade. People need to stop putting these Bone Slayer blades up if they don't actually have them. I want to like start smacking people in the back of the head.
Impossible. Impossible. I am
A
overburdened.
battle sword? A sword of battle? It's not there. Death can save you from me. Shomp, 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 shomp. Get wrecked, Diablo. And give me my Bone Slayer blade already. The worst possible one you can give me. Come on. At least give me one. I haven't seen one drop the entire time I've been killing you. Like, just give me like a really garbage one. Please, anything.
I did like 60 or 70 runs the other day. And I got like nothing.
I got some items that were halfway decent. I got like a gold wrap. It was a really nice gold wrap too.
Or well, I didn't get the weapon, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, it's par for the course. You get everything else but the item that you're looking for, of course.
Yeah, of course.
The Duriel shell, the frickin' just you know, just the gold wrap. Gives you the whole 9 yards except for what you want. I just want a frickin' Bone Slayer blade, but Diablo will not give me one. I just want to slay bones with my Bone Slayer blade, but Diablo, he doesn't want me to get made. He said, you better watch out, you better not cry. I'll punch you right in your mother effing eye. That is not the G-rated version. That is not the G-rated version.
Should I put like 1 point into like dim vision or confuse or attract? Like if I come across like souls or like death lords or something.
Dim vision is amazingly useful for souls, yes. Attract is amazingly useful to draw attention off of your like your merc or your army or whatever. It doesn't overwrite other curses either. So like it's only on one target, and you can essentially just put it on a target in the middle of the group, and you can still have your curse up, which is really nice. But yeah, dim vision and attract are actually surprisingly useful.
I feel like 1 point in one of those, or even both, would be very viable.
They are definitely not bad. Especially as you're leveling up, you'll find that they're fairly useful. This character's probably gonna go through some kind of like final min-maxing, I'm sure. And I'll probably end up putting a 1 point in those. I had to go all the way down to lower res though, so I already had to put like 1 point in like every curse, of course. So I've already got Iron Maiden, Life Tap, Weaken, which is garbage by the way, Terror is garbage, Decrepify is not really all that great, and then lower res. Amp is just better than Decrepify, like in 99% of scenarios. Like if you have to choose between negative 50% physical resistance and negative 100% physical resistance, you're going to choose negative 100% physical resistance every time. Especially if your main damage type is physical.
Yes.
Decrepify only comes in handy in like some niche scenarios. And a lot of it doesn't really even work either. A lot of people don't know that Decrepify, like half of Decrepify doesn't even function properly. What is it? The negative 50% enemies damage, where it says enemy damage -50%. That's actually just -50% off weapon enhanced damage, which is the same thing as weaken. Basically, they're both exactly the same. And if a monster has might, or if they have fanaticism, or they have like any enhanced damage whatsoever, like they're a champion, there's also enhanced damage applied to monsters just for being in player's aid count. It's like 33% or something like that. All it really does is it just cancels out the enhanced damage. So like a big part of the Decrepify, which is the -50% damage that everybody loves, doesn't really do anything. Like, it doesn't actually really do anything at all. The negative run walk speed is kind of nice, and the negative attack speed is nice because it's a defensive. And you can use it to stop Bale from teleporting away, which is one of the main uses of Decrepify. I usually just don't bother, and I just telestomp him multiple times. I'd rather he die faster. It's just one of those weird things. I think the main person who uses Decrepify the most is the Bone Spirit and Bone Spear Necromancer. Because the Bone Spear Necromancer doesn't benefit from negative resistance. He doesn't benefit from the negative physical resistance either, because magic spells don't care about that. And what he's really looking for is the defensive aspect of Decrepify, which is the negative attack speed and the negative run walk speed, which allows him to kite easier. And he really wants that because he basically has no army. Unfortunately, most Bone Spirit Necromancers just don't even have the points to spare for even the minimalist of armies.
You know, one thing I'm still trying to get to work or figure out is, so there's two different things I want to use for a Fury Druid. I want to use either Brand or use Faith in Colossus crossbows.
I would go with Brand. Brand will work just fine.
Yeah, because it's got Amp on there and the Deadly
Amp when
Strike
struck.
and all that. Yeah, level 14 at that, so that like the radius.
It goes up all the time. It'll be up all the time. So yeah.
Prevent monster heal, bonus AR.
It's a pretty 100% uptime way to have Amp.
Yeah.
I actually considered like a summoner build with a brand bow, just so you can have 100% uptime on Amp, and then you use that as like you just do the werewolf transformation, so you're a werewolf inside the pack just using Fury. And the damage bonus would be really nice from having Amp up constantly. You could also go with Thorns too on like a Merc, because the Amp is obviously going to enhance those Thorns a lot as well. I mean, it's a pretty synergistic build. I mean, you're not going to have the damage output that, you know, like most melee characters have with like an F, you know, death weapon or something like that, because the bows can't be ethereal, unfortunately.
Right.
But it certainly won't be terrible.
Yeah, I looked into it for a bit because I remember one time I was with some Fury Druid and he's running around. I was like, "What's your weapon?" And he showed me he was using I'm pretty sure it was a Faith and a Colossus crossbow. I was like, I didn't know you could melee with those. He's like, yeah. I was like, that's crazy. So now I'm like, maybe
You might
we
want
try
to
with
check
Brand.
before you do that, though. You might want to check the top attack speed for some of those items. If I remember correctly,
The
crossbows have low
had-
caps.
Yeah. So the Colossus crossbow has a speed of 10.
So it's not so much the speed of the item so much as the maximum capable limit of the item, which is an oddity. So, like, for instance, take the Demon Machine Crossbow Sorceress. With the Demon Machine Crossbow Sorceress, there's a reason why 20% IAS hits the cap. It's because the Demon Machine is capped on the amount of IAS it can potentially achieve. It can get no faster. Not necessarily that it's the fastest base in the world, but that it doesn't go any faster than that.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. So let's take... I don't want that calculator. Alright, let's take a Amazon. Then let's give her something simple like a Hydra Bow. Alright, so with the Hydra Bow, it's a 10 base, yada yada yada, whatever. If I give her as much IAS as possible, let's just give her 120% IAS. And then let's also give her 120% off-weapon IAS. And we'll give her Fanaticism, too, because why not? So the maximum number of attacks that she can get per second are 3.57. So she can get 3.57 attacks per second if she has the most god-tier amount of IAS possible. However, if you take a demon machine, for instance, or a demon crossbow,
Which has -60.
which has -60, her maximum attacks per second with all the IAS in the world is only 2.27. The demon machine crossbow, or the demon crossbow base, is capped at a maximum 2.27 attacks per second. It does not go faster. It doesn't matter how much attack speed you have. The Colossus crossbow is the same thing. It's capped at a maximum of 2.27 attacks per second, which means that you literally cannot attack any faster than that with that weapon, which probably is going to affect your IAS cap point on your druid as well. It's a weird thing to consider, but if you're thinking about like trying to get as many fury attacks as you possibly can, you're probably not better off going with a crossbow, and you're probably better off going with something like a Hydra bow, which has 3.57 attacks per second max. That's literally a whole like 1.3 more attacks per second possible that you could potentially achieve, which you're never going to be able to achieve with the Colossus crossbow. And this is something that they did to balance the weapons. So like some weapons just have lower maximum attacks than others, and they can never go faster than like a certain amount, which is really kind of a con in my opinion, because when you think about the demon crossbow, you're like, oh, this thing's -60, it's so freaking fast, it's the most amazing crossbow in the world, right? But like the funny thing is you don't even need like hardly any attack speed to cap it out on its 2.27. So it's let's see here, so we're on what, -60. Let me take off Fanaticism. Right, so base, it's 2.08 attacks per second, right? If I just add in a measly, like, I think it's, I'm trying to think here, it's like 20 or 30% increased attack speed. Oh, wait, no, I'm doing the wrong one. Yeah, 20% IAS caps out the demon crossbow. It can now no longer go any faster than 2.27 attacks per second. It's just a weird thing with the crossbows. They made them really fast, and they gave them some interesting stats, but then they also just like hard capped out the number of attacks that they could make per second, which was really weird. It's interesting information, right?
Yeah, that was like a lot for me to like sit here like take in.
Well, when you're on an Enchantress, like Demi's been doing this season, and you know how he only needs 20% IAS, so that caps him out. Like he can't get any faster than that. So he only needs 20% IAS in his build, and he's capped.
Right.
And I think you'd be in a similar situation with your Colossus crossbow. I think you'd probably get just a decent amount of IAS. Wouldn't even take that much. Like the Faith Bow would be wasted on you basically, because the Fanaticism aura would probably cap you out instantly. Now I think if you put the Faith Bow in a Hydra Bow instead, which also works, you could get much faster, and I think you'd probably just be pumping out more damage in general because you'd have more attacks per second. Especially if you want to play around with the Brand Bow, because the Brand Bow has the like the Bone Spear procs.
Yeah, 100% every hit.
Yeah, so you want to attack as fast as you can to get as many of those Bone Spear procs to like go off at a time. So attacking slower would not be preferable.
Kind of makes me want to go Theory Craft.
Well, there's a new calculator for the werewolf ones. That one I'm using isn't valid for the werewolf ones anymore because they changed the calculations for them. I believe for the new one you have to use the there's like a D2R like new calculator. But I'm sure you could hit some pretty fast speeds. Positive. Especially if you did like a Faith bow, like a Faith Hydra bow. It'd be really easy to hit your highest breakpoint with that. I mean, who doesn't like having a fanaticism?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I just...
When I get an item with a stat on it and that stat has +% to something, how do I know if the +% is actually good? Because it doesn't show the bracket in which it could roll. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't show the bracket in which it will roll. That's why most of us go online to the websites and stuff to pull up the, like, the percentages. I mean, you can go to my videos, or you could go to, like, any of the websites. Like, say, for instance, you wanted to look up the Bone Slayer blade as an example. And you're like, oh, I found me a Bone Slayer blade. What rolls on the Bone Slayer blade to know exactly, like, whether it's a good one or not? So, and you just, like, you Google Bone Slayer blade, you pull up the Bone Slayer blade item, and then, oh, that one's broken, so I guess we can't use that one. Let's use this one. And then down here, see, it tells you that it rolls between 180 to 220% enhanced. The 50% chance to cast Holy Bolt rolls between 12 and 20. And then these aren't rolling, these are actually just like plus per character level, so it's showing you what it's going to be at like level 1. And then all the way up to level 99, and I mean that's what rolls on the item. So you know, like if you had like a 220 with like level 20 Holy Bolt, and it was like ethereal, that would be like the best it could ever possibly be. I mean, that could be something that they could institute in Diablo 2. Like I'd like to see that, like in just showing the ranges. I think that could be neat. I don't see any reason why not. Is it just me, or is those two rare? It's got to be a unique, right? They look so similar in color on my screen. My monitor must have like a slight shift in the color, so it doesn't look like a unique item. You're new to D2R? Well, welcome to D2R. Tons of fun stuff to discover in D2R. You're in the wrong place. My Diablo channel is full of Diablo 2 Resurrected videos for you to check out. Videos on every single item, videos on every single set, videos on every single skill and ability. That's right, I do things like, hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. I was kind of going for like the world of tomorrow.
Here's your host, Ginger.
What's the best rare bow base? If we want, you could roll perfect stats. You wanted a rare bow. I mean, most of the Amazons are looking for like specifically the bow bases that have the plus the skills on them is what they like a lot of the time. So like the Grand Matron bow.
Yeah, with amp proc on it.
Grand Matron bow is the higher damage one. You could also find a really good Hydra bow, and you could find a really good Crusader's bow. Those are both acceptable. There's nothing wrong with either one of them.
I'd say a mat bow.
The mat bow has really low damage, but it's fast, which usually relegates it to like elemental builds.
That's what I was saying. If you use the one with the amp proc on it, it's just so good. But if he's looking for a bow specifically, yeah, if it has the skills on there, amp proc, 20 IAS, 2 open sockets, and not the Fool's mod. You actually want like the Cruel's mod. So
Well, probably you want both. Like you want Fool's Cruels. That's what you want. You want both.
I guess it really depends, though.
Because you can get of the quickness, which is 40% IAS. You can get Cruel, which is going to be like 300 to 400% enhanced damage. You can get Fools, which is going to give you the max damage, and it's also going to give you the AR. And then you can also get Life Leech. You can get the Mana Leech. You can throw on some other like secondary stats. It's they can actually roll insane. And of course, the 2 sockets is very helpful because you can then throw in like 1540s or something of that nature.
Yeah.
They definitely can roll absolutely crazy as rares.
Finding
Problem is
one
that-
like that though.
Yeah, well, that's why I always pick them up whenever they drop.
Yeah, same. No matter what bow it is, either. If I find a rare bow, I mean, you can always up them anyway. So.
Yes, and that's another thing. So, when I say that you want to look out for Grand Matron bows, you want to look out for matte bows, you want to look out for the Hydra bow and also the Crusader's bow, that also means that in any case that you get a drop in hell difficulty from like a decent area, any of the bows that drop of lesser quality of the same type can also be upgraded to the upper tier. In other words, with the Hydra bow, it is the long war bow and the Gothic bow. So a long war bow and a rare long war bow and a rare Gothic bow can literally be still absolutely insane. And a lot of people just walk by them. I don't know why, because you could be walking by like 10,000 real dollars if it rolled with perfect rolls. The same thing goes for the Crusader's bow, which is, I believe, the long battle bow and the... what is the other one? Long battle bow and I can't remember the exceptional version. The matte bow, I believe, is like the reflex bow, and the... I think it's just the reflex bow, isn't it? And then the Grand Matron, I can't even remember the name of the non-elite Grand Matron bow. But they can all be upgraded. So, like, walking by them just because they're a lower tier is silly.
So
Same thing goes for boots, same things go for belts, same thing goes for just about any item in the game that could be upgraded to the higher tier.
So for the matte bow, it's a stag bow, the ashwood bow.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, the reflex, and the exceptional is ceremonial.
Yeah, so any of those bows, if you see them drop rare, you check them, you see if they have the perfect stats. If they don't have the perfect stats, you drop them back on the ground.
Impossible.
Did I ever show you that crazy rare bow that I got last season, Ginger?
I don't know. Maybe, I think so. Jewel.
Impossible.
What's up, Super Striker?
I can't.
5% bonus.
Yeah, I've seen shadow bows with crazy damage on them. Crusader bows, the Lord bow, Hydra bow. Well, there's some really good ones.
So we can dive into this a little deeper, and it's really easy to do. Oh, nice. Death Sash. So if we dive into this a little deeper, basically we can go over the exact reason why certain bases are useful and certain bases are not. So let's go to Ariat Summit. And we're going to take a look at the bows in Ariat Summit. Okay. So here's the bows, and we have like a bunch of them, right? Look at the average damage of the Hydra bow. It's 39 average damage. 39 average damage is pretty good. And look at the average damage of the Crusader bow. Also 39. So the Crusader's bow and the Hydra bow are basically equivalent. They're the same speed. They're also the same average damage, which means that the Hydra bow and the Crusader bow are interchangeable. And there's really no difference between them. However, look at the Ward bow at 36.5. Much lower average damage. Diamond bow, 36.5. Great bow, only 32. Shadow bow has 37, which is comparable to the 39, but still less than the Crusader's bow and the Hydra bow. However, it is a little bit faster to make up for that. So it's a 0 speed, which makes it a very interesting choice, because even though it's slightly lower damage than the Crusader's bow, it is slightly faster than the Crusader's bow also. But keep in mind that, just like we were talking about earlier with the Demon Machine crossbow, there is a maximum theoretical speed that you can go. So at a certain point, especially if you can manage to have a large amount of increased attack speed, a faster bow is not necessarily going to be better if you can increase the slower bow to the same speed for essentially no difference in damage output. So in this particular case, like with the Crusader's bow or the Hydra bow, you can get the same speed but better damage than the Shadow's bow, which is why the Shadow bow, although it's interesting, especially if you're using it on a build that can't potentially hit the max breakpoint without it, the Crusader's bow and the Hydra bow tend to be better. And then you go all the way down to, like, same thing with, like, the swords. Like, let's go look at the swords, for instance. So on the swords, the Phase Blade is a preference just simply because it's indestructible and because it's really fast at negative 30% base, but it is by no means the best weapon. It is actually very low average damage comparatively to basically every other choice, and if you can hit the maximum breakpoint comfortably without a Phase Blade, it is always going to be a better idea to make the rune words in another choice. And you might also ask, well, like, why do people make Grief in Phase Blade all the time? Well, look at the number of sockets. 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 3. None of the other one-handed swords, literally none of the other one-handed swords, can make a Grief in it. So the Phase Blade is literally the only choice for Grief. You cannot make Grief in any other one-handed weapon. So, like, things like this get kind of, like, convoluted when you start looking at socket numbers. But the Cryptic Sword has an average damage of 41. The Conquest is 45. The Hydra Edge is 48, for instance. And where's the other one? And as you can see, they're all higher than the Phase Blade. But the Phase Blade has 6 sockets, which is the only thing that matters. Because if you're trying to make a, say, Grief in it, well, none of the other ones have 5 sockets, so whatever, you're screwed. And it goes for a lot of this stuff. So when you're looking at particular weapons, a lot of the times you're looking at things like the average damage and whatnot. Now, the Hydra Edge is actually the best average damage out of all the one-handed swords, believe it or not. But it's also the slowest at a plus 10 base, which is very, very slow comparatively to all the other one-handed swords. And interestingly enough, like, if you upgrade your Blade of Ali Baba, which is a Tulwar. The Tulwar is actually a 20 base, and it has absolutely god-awful average damage of 25.5. Whereas, if you upgrade it to the Elite form, so if you actually upgrade your Blade of Ali Baba, you can actually turn it into a halfway decent weapon, because it goes from a 25.5 average damage to a 48 average damage, and it actually gets faster. It actually gets 10 faster by upgrading it, which is a very interesting, like, thing there. So if you have, like, a really good Blade of Ali Baba with a high percentage, you can upgrade it and even turn it into an actual weapon that you can kill things with, which is kind of funny. But I mean, once you start to get into, like, the average damages and, like, how fast the weapon is and all that other stuff, you start to understand more. Another example that I can give you is, let's see here. Axes. So we're going to take a look at axes. So with axes, specifically, we're going to be talking about the Druid here for a second. The Druid has a lot of options that he can potentially use for damage output. Tons. He can use, like, an freaking Reaper's Toll. He can use all sorts of crazy things, right? And the moral of the story is, though, is that if he can hit his maximum breakpoint without worrying about the speed of the weapon, then choosing the slower weapon that does more damage is always going to be the better choice. In the case of the Druid, the final result of basically the highest DPS weapon for the Druid ended up being the slowest base, which was the Decapitator, because the Decapitator has an average damage of 93, which is insane, and a very slow attack speed of 10. However, when wielded by the Druid, it's in its fastest form, and as long as the Druid is getting enough IAS to overcome the slow speed of the Decapitator, that 93 average damage hits the maximum IAS breakpoint and does the most damage out of all of the potential options that he could be using. which is why you have something like this, which is just absolutely insane. So you get like the beautiful freaking
E-Death and a Decapitator.
yeah, F-Death Decapitator, which is just insane. However, to make the F-Death Decapitator work, you have to have enough IAS to overcome that slow speed. Whereas if you didn't have enough IAS, if you were running a character that didn't like just couldn't have large amounts of IAS, you'd have to go with a faster choice, like the Feral Axe, which is negative 15 on the base. But you look, the average damage is only 74.
I'd go with the. I normally go with the.
I mean, you can go with the Rib Cracker, you can go with the F Reaper's Toll. There's tons of various options.
Well, I'll tell you in just a second what I normally make it in. The Glorious Axe, that's generally what I make it in.
So the Glorious Axe is a little bit lower than the Decapitator. Not by much. I do like the way the Glorious Axe looks, though. The Glorious Axe does have a very beautiful graphic.
I might even say glorious graphic.
I absolutely loved running around on my Paladin with like a Glorious Axe in your hands. It's hilarious. The only thing that's not so glorious is you can't see it in the werewolf's hands.
Well, what I noticed between the Glorious Axe and the Decapitator when I like made like a fully built druid is the Glorious Axe has 1k. This is fully decked out, by the way. A 1k minimum damage compared to the max damage. So Decapitator has 1k more max damage, and the Glorious Axe has 1k more minimum damage. I always prefer having more minimum than maximum damage, but that's just personal.
Yeah, you close the range together. It means better average damage. But the average damage should still work out to be about the same.
Yeah. That's why I still prefer when people are like, oh, I love running E-Botted in a T-Maul because I get the best average damage. Where I like running it in the Archon staff because I get consistent high damage, which has been proven, to outdo the Thunder Maul by a lot.
It really
And then
depends on how well the system rolls in your favor, right?
Well, here's the thing too. Once you roll E-Botted in an Archon staff, the strength requirement instead of 200 and something.
Oh yeah. And then you get a whole bunch of extra health or whatever.
Oh yeah, you get crazy.
But you also get more enhanced damage for running them all too, so that's a whole other thing to think about. So when you throw those 200 some odd points in strength, you do get 200% enhanced damage as well.
I mean, to be totally fair, I think realistically for a Fury Druid, you could get away with actually just slapping all your points into strength anyway. I've seen it done. It's definitely possible, especially with the right gear. You're gonna hit enough life anyway.
You're jealous of the items that I don't even pick up? Why are you jealous of the items that I don't even pick up? I mean, at some point you gotta leave some things on the ground, otherwise your stash is just a mess.
Actually, let me go on non-ladder and I'll show you that bow that I got last season.
God knows my stash is a mess. Hey, 55 viewers on Twitch today. Hello, Twitch. Maybe I should do a giveaway.
Meow's not on tonight, hey?
Yeah, Meow's not on to steal the giveaway. He's gonna show up.
Yep.
He's gonna be like, "What do you mean? What are you giving away?" What? All right, if 3 people, all right, 3 people in chat right now say they want a giveaway, I will do a giveaway on Twitch. 3 people, right now, come on. We will do one right now. I'm giving you excuses, okay? I'm giving you excuses. All you gotta do is say yes, say.
I can't.
Okay, there's one. Bring the Hollow Knight out on the camera. Why do you want Mr. Hollow Knight? Mr. Hollow Knight? He's gonna sit with me. Oh, we got 2. We got 3. Okay, what are we giving away? That's the question.
I can't.
Here, Ginger.
What am I giving away?
Well, I'm gonna send it to your Discord DMs.
What am I giving away? And for those of you who are on YouTube, if you want to participate, I can't include YouTube in the mix, so you have to hop over to Twitch.
That's the beautiful bow that I got last season.
Boop, boop. Up to amp, 290, nice. Yeah, that's really good. You got fools,
Yep.
you got cruels, you didn't get of the quickness, but you got one of the IAS mods, and you got amp.
Well, I had to slap it with a shale, so
Oh, okay, so you didn't get the quickness on there.
no, unfortunately. But all the damage to demons and stuff.
Oh no, it's nice. It's honestly, even just as it is, without all the extra bells and whistles, you now have like a really epic, just amp bow that you can use or put on your mercenary to get free amp that way too.
Yep.
All right, so what am I giving away? I don't even know. Perfect roll griffins. No, we're giving away merch. I'm gonna give away a merch item. We're gonna give away an actual merch item. Like, what do you guys think? Do we go Shaco? You guys want a jaw rune? How about a hoodie? You guys want a
Ooh.
hoodie?
Ooh, a hoodie.
How about a peasant crown? Maybe I should give you guys a peasant crown. You guys want a health potion tumbler, a mana potion tumbler, so you can have blue lips? I know you guys love some blue lips. Don't lie, your lips is stained blue. Don't even joke. You guys you've been doing some naughty things with some Smurfs.
So the on average damage for the Colossus crossbow is 61.5.
Womp 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 womp.
I definitely think it would be worthwhile to
Stickers.
make it in that.
Y'all want stickers?
What are you thinking of making in the crossbow? Elite or Colossus
shiny.
crossbow?
I was thinking about making brand in it, and then using that for a Fury Druid.
They're very shiny.
6 sockets.
Oh god.
Now it's 4-socket.
Okay.
Yep.
I was gonna say because I just had a 6-socket 1-drop in my game.
So loud.
It was 6. I would grab it for you.
No worries. But
A
yeah,
hoodie.
I think brand would definitely go kind of crazy. I mean, still a 35% chance for level 14 amp to cast when struck. I mean, that's pretty good.
I'm gonna give you
Generally,
guys.
though,
It's winter. I'm gonna give you guys a sleeveless T-shirt, so you can wear that during the
Perfect.
winter and freeze.
It's good. I was gonna say generally with a crossbow you don't want to be in amongst the crowd, and then I remembered what character we were talking about.
Yep. I would
What?
definitely be.
Mikey wants a
No.
sticker, so we're gonna give away a sticker first. Okay.
It's not possible to play a Fury Druid and not be in amongst the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just get punched in the face.
It's
So I'm
true.
thinking I could run this, and maybe running Bramble would be the play. I don't know. But then
Are
I
you
would need
gonna-
like
Go ahead.
I would just need like some form of DR. I mean, I guess I could run like Nature's Peace with like Verdungos, or even like String of Ears.
I mean,
interesting.
I'm gonna give away a sticker, but then I'm gonna give away something else too. Mikey just really wants a sticker, so.
So I really
Are
want a
you-
Fury Craft, but
Are you gonna
Yes.
use the poison skill damage or poison resistance that comes on Bramble?
so I mean, no matter what, having Poison Res is so nice. But like, mainly it's just like for the thorns, and I believe there's
Yep.
faster hit recovery on there as well. So I mean, makes it Bramble. Yeah, 50 faster hit recovery.
Oh yeah.
It's got fire and poison rose.
Alright, giveaway is
300
live.
defense.
Be sure to hit the exclamation point enter if you want to enter the contest. You got 3 minutes. Once the 3 minutes is up, it's going to choose a winner. It's as simple as it goes. Ain't nothing special more than that.
I mean, if I wanted to use like the poison damage as well, if I really wanted to, I could like.
Rabies.
Well, I could do that, or I could do. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I could do like a rabies switch.
Sure.
So like, do like a rabies and it infects everything, and then I get smacked, amp casts, and then they'll take damage, and I'll just switch over to Fury and. I was thinking maybe a poison charm, but that definitely would. Rabies would work. That would actually give like a use for me to use it.
Yeah.
Don't be jealous of my Power Master Optimus Prime.
I've been considering trying rabies because I had been turned off of rabies since 1.09 roughly, when it was considered a joke skill.
It still is a joke skill.
Afternoon.
Is
Yeah.
it? Okay. Well,
I mean, it's better than it was.
huh?
And with the
Have you already
addition
tried
of
making
the
it work?
the sunders and like using enough negative res, you can definitely get it to like a level where it will kill things, but it's not the most amazing thing in the world. My suggestion to anybody who wants to build rabies, and this is just a hard like just do this so that you cannot have a horrible time. Alright, rabies is only like it's like a 40-point investment, I think, to cap out. It's not even really that big of a deal. Just you cap out, what is it, poison creeper, and you cap out the rabies skill itself, and there's like nothing else to do. Alright? Don't just build a rabies druid. Build a rabies druid that also uses fury. Build a rabies druid that also does something else. Don't do rabies summon, because rabies summon doesn't work. The rabies gets interrupted by the melee attacks from your minions. It actually makes the whole thing worse. But if you did like a fury druid, like a pretty competent fury druid alongside of rabies, that would probably work pretty well. Because what you could do is of course you first thing you do when you get into a pack, you bite them, they're poisoned, you know, and then you start attacking them, you smack them with whatever your weapon is. Like, that way you're not just a rabies druid, you're a rabies druid and something else, which I think just tends to work way better. Use it as incidental damage. Like, don't rely on the rabies as your main damage type, but, you know, have rabies as an addendum. I did a similar thing with the Amazon, like, I think it was last season, where I basically built a melee, you know, crushing blow, attack speed monster, like jab slash fend, like Pokezon. And I also I was using javelins as my main weapon source. So I was using like F-Titans, you know, upgraded. And then what I did is I also had 40 points into, you know, the plague and poison javelin combo. And so what I would do is anytime I walked into a pack of monsters, I would throw my javelin, poison everything, and then I would just start wailing away on the nearest monster like I was a regular melee character. And it worked out surprisingly well, because I wasn't relying on the poison to do anything, but the poison was effective enough to work in combination with another build.
Alright, I'm starting to theory craft this together.
It also worked really well for, you know, dealing with poison immune, like physical immunes. Because you'd run into phys immunes and you could poison them to death, which was nice.
Overburdened.
Of course, the converse, which is, well, I guess that goes back to your point of don't rely on the poison immunes. Yeah.
Hey, Wonky Wi-Fi. Wonky Wi-Fi got the stickers. Sorry, Mikey.
Oh, it's okay. I ordered mine. Good evening, everybody.
What's up, Mikey? Alright,
I'm
so
so
we're doing...
happy I got my merch.
Oh, you
got
did?
my,
Came in today?
Oh, no, I ordered it. Like, I messed up, and then it gave me the sweet email to say, like, hey, it's in your cart. And I'm like, yes, I didn't lose everything.
Oh, he just gave me a unique ring and a rare ring. That's kind of neat. I'm gonna leave those till the next game to see whether I got a Soge or not.
What's the game name that you guys are rocking?
I'm just doing, like, I'm trying to farm this Bone Slayer blade. I'm really hoping I can get one to actually fall, but Diablo's being a butt and he's not giving me anything, so. Hey, wow. Okay, not
Okay,
a
because I got
Soj.
the
Not a Soj, but look at the stats on this Ravenfrost. No, I'm dying over here with excitement. That is a really good Ravenfrost.
near perfect, yeah.
Look at that bad boy. 241.19. That's going on my pally. That's going right into my Paladin's hands.
Yeah, I'm still leveling up the level 60 barbarian and what was it? I think like 82. Pally 84.
Alright, what am I giving away next? I want to give away one of these tumblers. That's what I want to give away. I think one of you guys has got blue lips. I think that's what it is.
Blue lips.
We're gonna
That's
find out.
Wild.
We're gonna find out who's got the blue lips. That's what we're gonna find out.
I'm waiting for the VIP signed merch to come out. Word.
Blue lips. Blue lips. So many blue lips. Blue lips.
I got the largest size mouse pad for the mana. I thought it looked pretty awesome.
All of them blue lips. Blue lips.
What was the feature of the Fremen with the lips? Didn't they have a particular colored lips because they took a lot of melange?
I thought they had like their eyes glowed or something. I thought that was what
You're
we were
right.
doing.
You're right. Yeah, blue eyes, right?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's blue eyes. We're not pouring our mana potions directly into our eye sockets.
But
I don't really think that enhances the effectiveness of them.
It definitely
I
doesn't.
I don't think that enhances the effectiveness. I think that's probably not.
Eyesight gets worse.
I think that's
Definitely
probably
after
not
that.
it. Anyway, giveaway for the blue mana potion tumbler is up if you guys want to enter. It's actually really cool, by the way. I have one myself. They're really good quality. I'm going to actually show them to you here. I got this is my blue one down here that I need to go fill up with some ice. It is all stainless steel. Hold on. I'll try not to die here. Nah, I don't want to die. I will explode all the corpses and you guys can die instead of me. How about that? Ah. So this is it right here. It comes with a stainless steel straw that you can clean out. It is all stainless steel on the inside. It's literally a stainless steel tumbler. It's not bad at all. Like, I actually really like it. It holds, you know, decent amount. It's not like a big gigamongous one, but it's not bad. And obviously this is modeled after the blue mana potion. So this is modeled after the super mana potion, of course. That's what this is supposed to be. It's the super mana potion. I like them a lot. I like to pretend I'm restoring my stats. Oh, Gotenheim, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Be sure to hit enter on the contest. I just started a contest. You guys weren't here when the contest started, but if you want to enter the contest, be sure to type in !enter. I'm giving away one of these beautiful mana potion tumblers, stainless steel mana potion tumblers. You probably got about a minute before the contest ends. And thank you for the raid, by the way. If you win, can you change it to the health potion? No. No. Blue lips, okay? Blue lips.
But It is important to be alive to have the glow whips. So, health potions.
What? I'm offering you a real life mana potion so you can cast your spells, and all you're cared about is your vitality. Oh, Diablo won't drop me. I just need one item, please. But he will not drop for me. I just want one, Mr. Bone Slayer Blade. I just want a Bone Slayer. A Bone Slayer Blade. I just want one Bone Slayer. A Bone Slayer Blade, but they won't give me none because they don't like me, hun. I just need one blade. Bone Slayer Blade. Oh, thank you for the gift sub, Mikey. And who won the mana potion? Let's see. The mana potion was won by the Freedom Lover. Oh, you hacker Freedom Lover. You won something yesterday, too, you dirty hoe. I mean, congratulations! Dirty hoe. GTM is pulling a Mr. Beast. I'm not that rich. I wish I was. That'd be nice. I'm just celebrating, that's all. Celebrating selling my soul. You know, the normal. You get lots of money when you sell your soul. Let me tell you what. They pay good for souls, okay? Joke's on them, I don't even have one. Like that Homer Simpson episode where he sold his soul to the devil, but the devil finds out that he already gave his soul to Marge. And so contractually, Homer wasn't actually able to give up his soul. Don't. And then the devil turned his head into a donut, remember? Womp, womp, womp. Bum-a-dum, bum-a-dum-bum. Womp, womp, womp. Beep, 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 beep. Yes. Excellent. Oh, coronet. Are you any good? No. No, you are not. Wow, that is a horrendous coronet. I don't think it could have got any worse if it tried. Holy crap, that bad. I need to read off just how bad this coronet is. That's how bad it is.
Plus 5 delight radius.
It is plus 2 combat skills, Barbarian. Damage reduced by 2. 41% extra gold from monsters, and plus 5 to maximum damage.
Not even death can save.
Disgusting.
Plus 1 sorceress with plus 3 to lightning mastery. Orb. Wow. It's kind of neat. Wham, wham, wham. A Lumrune, a Bastard Sword, a Mace, Balance Knife. What the hell's the Bastard Sword? Tongue? Is that Black Tongue? Yeah, it's Black Tongue. Diablo gave me a Lumrune. You know, that craziness. I don't think Diablo ever gives me anything good as far as runes. It's like the best rune he's given me in years. I need to wash this out. I used it for some you know, like when you use it for like a soda or something, or like a juice. And then you don't want to use it again until you go wash it out and you take it downstairs. Oh, and Arvin, thank you for the belt. I appreciate it. I am wearing it around my waist. It is snuggled tightly around my butt cheeks.
You champion.
Bow. 79 viewers. I must be #1 in the Diablo 2 section with 79 viewers. Can hardly believe it. I can hardly believe that you've defeated Bloodraven. Y'all didn't expect that, did you?
Well, Bloodraven only had 78 viewers.
Oh. But she was in a hot tub with a bikini, though. Like, that's an accomplishment.
You caught me off guard with that one, sir.
Skeletons, do your duty! A T-bar. It's terrible. It's ugly. It's ugly T-bar. It's the worst T-bar I've ever seen. That T-bar is so bad. Billions and billions of other T-bars. And that one's the worst among all the T-bars. I don't know, I didn't even identify him. Diggity diggity doo. Terrorly stomp.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, this actually really isn't that bad. The P8, I'm like doing pretty good.
P8 for what?
This adventure we were just discussing the Rabies Fury with the Brand Bow and Bramble. Doing pretty good.
A splint mail. I do love me a good ice blink. They're always fun to play with. I also have a nostalgia for them back when they used to be overpowered. I know that there's some people in chat right now. Go ahead and raise your hand. Go ahead. Who ran like the classic Whirlwind Ice Blink bar back in like, that was like 1.07, 1.06. He was pretty powerful back then before they nerfed Frieza's target. He was the king. He was the Gotenheim. He was a strong one.
So Rabies damage right now is 35k to 36k.
What's up, Sir Fox Gaming? Wonky wap, huh? Freedom Lover pulling a Meow from yesterday. Meow just came in and like sweeped up all the giveaways. He's like, oh, I'll take this mug, and I'll take this t-shirt, and I'll take this Soj, and I'll take this Druid Torch, and I'll take this other Druid Torch. He did, too. Like that's literally what happened. He logged in, found a Soj, right? And then, like, as soon as he logged in, he found a Soj, right? Then he won the freaking cup from the giveaway. Then he won the shirt. Then we did, like, 2 Uber runs, and both of the torches were Druid Torches, and he got his pick, literally, of both, like, whichever Druid Torch he wanted, basically.
Wow.
Freaking lucky day, boy. Lance Barbs with Ice Blink. Dude, Ice Blink was fun back in the day before they nerfed it. It used to be there was no such thing as, like, ranks of Frieza's target. Like, it used to just be Frieza's target, and that was it. And if you had Frieza's target, then it was really powerful and, like, just ridiculous. Then they were like, oh, well, that's too powerful. We can't let you just have freezing target. This is just too much. You guys are just doing too good with this freezing target. So then they like converted all freezing target into freezing target ranks. And the freezes target ranks would stack with each other. And so like Ice Blink became essentially, you know, like it's still okay, but it nowhere near as good as it used to be. Because it used to give you like just huge amounts of freezes target. Now it's just one rank and a many splendored rankings of freeze target.
I can't.
Just give me an idea, Ginger.
What's the typo?
Running. If you were to run that on a bar with 2 frost winds,
Oh yeah, you could do 2 frost winds. With chambers
freeze
in
target
them
on
too.
that is
The chambers in there, why
on
not?
there is 4.
Double chammed dual frost winds. There you go. Put on an ice blank.
Yep. And then just run like a bunch of colds. I mean, that would defeat the
Everything's
purpose of
frozen.
a horde bar, but that'd be actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't carry anymore.
Ginger makes me want to test this now too. God damn it! What are you doing to me, Ginger?
Giving you ideas? Working out my
Yes.
job? Is that not what I get paid for?
Oh, maybe.
You guys might be wondering why sometimes I pick up an item like this, but I don't actually look at it. I don't actually identify it. Because, like, for instance, with throwing items, you're looking for the ethereal status. You can't tell whether it's ethereal on the ground, so you have to pick it up. You don't have to put it in your inventory, you just hold it in your hand, because ethereal items, obviously, when they're ethereal, you know, are very clearly, pun intended, are very clearly ethereal when you pick them up. So you can tell whether they're ethereal or not without actually putting them in your inventory and identifying them. All throwing weapons, it doesn't matter what throwing weapon it is, you should always be checking to see if it's ethereal. If it is ethereal, you should be identifying it to see if it rolled with good stats. If it's not ethereal, you can pretty much just leave it on the ground. Womp 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 womp. Cursing over the frosty waves. Cursing all the monsters today.
I am overburdened.
Maybe there's just a necromancer cursing all the girlfriends with lower resistance, and that's why they always want the house hotter than normal.
Jesus. Is that what it is?
But then
Lower
later in
res.
life, it goes completely the other way.
Impossible.
What?
Then later in life, lower
Impossible.
resistance suddenly works on the cold resistance as opposed to the heat resistance.
Well, there's really no such thing as, like, cold. It's pretty much just heat, right? So, in the grand scheme of things, cold doesn't exist. It's just whether or not the heat's there or the heat's absent. So
It's
they would
true.
both be the same resistance, basically.
I was just working within the confines of the Diablo 2 universe, one might say.
I am too. I mean, technically, from the most technical standpoint, if you lower a monster's resistance to cold, they're probably also going to be more resistant, or less resistant to heat as well. Because it's the same thing. You're either stealing the heat or you're, either stealing the heat or you're giving them too much heat, one way or the other.
All I know is I've just died several times. I'm not a fan of that.
We'll stop dying.
Thank you. Your advice is invaluable.
I
this case.
order you to stop dying. To start throwing out commands. If you die one more time, you're banned from the kitchen. Yeah, you're just banned.
Uh-oh.
Just banned.
Might have to leave now, because there's no way I'm gonna...
He's already given up, guys. He's already given up.
I'll have to turn in my town portals also. This is Mikey.
Turn in cloud portals, yeah. All the scrolls, just all of them.
We got so many people that just like they want to join the kinship, but they don't want to bother reading the rules. Also, people who are in the kinship who want to get their members, like their friends, into the kinship without actually like telling them what the kinship is. They're just like, yeah, join. You know, it's no big deal. And there was that one guy who came in here. I can't remember his name. I think he kind of stopped coming in here because of like how he entered. Because, you know, it wasn't exactly a very pleasant entry. He just showed up one day like a lost puppy. He didn't even know where he was or who. He didn't know that the server was my server. He didn't know that I was a YouTuber. Like, he didn't know where he was or what he was doing or that he was in kinship channels. Like, he just got plopped into the kinship. He didn't know about the rules. He didn't know anything. I'm actually fairly certain he didn't even know his own name. I don't even know what the hell was going on. He was like, where am I? I don't even know where I am right now. Who even am I?
Edgar, how many new people like that have never played Diablo 2 just watch it because they're like, you know, like curious?
I mean, I would imagine a lot of people who played Diablo 4 are probably pretty curious about 2. Especially if they've enjoyed 4. Which 4 is getting better and better and better. But,
Yeah.
like, as time goes on, they're going to be curious about the older titles. Most people are. And Diablo 2 is definitely an amazing title.
Could like throw that as one of the votes. Like, how many people have never played Diablo 2?
I don't know. I'm going to be doing a bunch of D4 this week.
Right on.
They got the PTR coming, the Public Test Realm. You're going to have the new rune words in there. I'm actually kind of excited about the rune words. They're really nice. They did a good job on like the cross skill stuff. They tried to kind of like narrow down what made the rune words special, and they're not wrong. The cross skill stuff was really one of the coolest features from the rune words. You know,
Yeah,
like obviously,
O-skills.
yeah, O skills. O skills are like they're almost primarily a rune word thing. Although they do exist in a couple like unique items. Like there's a couple O skills and unique items, but they seem to be primarily in rune words. The new rune words in D4 are basically like that. They give you access to other classes, skills, and stuff. It's going to be really fun, just like the first time when people like got teleport on a character that it didn't belong to, and you know, like CTA on a character that it didn't belong to, and so forth and so on. I'm gonna be having fun with it. I'm gonna have fun with it.
I wish that they'd like lock the graphics for the different characters, so you know what your Shaco looks like. You know?
I agree, 100%. I've actually brought that point up in several videos.
Yeah, I saw some of those videos. Like, there's a couple of gaps for me before I, you know, like I understand play the game and then like enjoy the fact that all the work that goes into building the game to a more current state that's more enjoyable, but the cringe to get there is for me still a little too high.
For what? D4?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
for
coming
taking
around.
the plunge.
The expansion's gonna be insane, so. I argued with a guy on Twitch who thought me calling Oculus suicidal and hardcore was an overblown concern, and if they died using it, it was their fault. If they died using it, it's your fault. Do they even know how proc effects work? Like, some people think that, very unrightly so, that proc effects only function when you get hit, like with a melee attack. Or some people think it only works on like getting hit with a physical attack or like ranged attacks. No, you can proc the effect of a on hit or wind struck effect from just about anything within the game. Spells, melee attacks, ranged attacks, even like subsequent like attacks, like lightning enchantments that are coming from a monster that are not technically attacks, but are just like area of effect, can also proc the ability. The sheer number of random things that can proc Oculus, and the number of ridiculous, like, events that can occur, especially if you get really bad rolls. And what do I mean by really bad rolls? Well, it's a 50% chance to teleport you randomly. And I have had situations before where I felt like I was in one of those, like, what's that game that you can buy? It's called like the Mousetrap or something, I can't even remember. It's if you guys have never played it, where like literally you have the
board game, right?
It's a board game, and you basically set up this like big complicated like mousetrap thing where the ball rolls into the thing and triggers the doodad, which rises up the thing, and then goes to the other thing, which then climbs the ladder and then fills the bathtub, and then like that's what it feels like sometimes when you're using an Oculus. Like, it feels like this. Like, you literally will, like, get hit by a monster. It will teleport randomly into another pack. You'll get hit by another effect, which will teleport you randomly into another effect. A lightning bolt strikes you. You teleport randomly into another place. You teleport into the middle of a pack in which they all strike you, and then you teleport out of that pack, getting hit by another ranged attack, which then teleports you back into the pack, and then you die. And it's just like, you're like, I had no control over my character for a full 10 seconds. Like, what the hell is even going on right now? Not suicidal on hardcore. I don't think anybody should be using Oculus in hardcore. That is a very bad idea, guy. That's very bad. Guy.
Ginger, it's funny too when the boss hits you and you teleport closer and get mauled by it.
Not sure I agree with funny, but I agree. It's painful.
I mean, it's fine in softcore because those things are kind of hilarious when they happen. Watching your character bounce around and die a whole bunch, and then you're just like okay, all right, okay, wait,
throw at it, like mercenary.
Like, it's funny. It's funny to see it in softcore, right? It's not funny in hardcore. It's literally horrifying, okay? It's horrifying. You have no control over your character, and you have no control over whether you die. There's a complete and utter lack of control.
And you forget to unlock your body. Even worse.
I don't even know why that's a thing. Why wouldn't it be like a prompt at the beginning of the match or something?
Automatic, like, partying up, just unlock your body to the other.
Well, not that, but like maybe like when you group up, it automatically puts a prompt up that asks you, like, would you like to share loot, with this particular person or whatever, right? And then you can make the choice. But like, when it's something that's that important, you think you wouldn't leave it to just complete and utter random chance whether you happen to remember at that particular time period.
I think it's a part of that is the PvP spirit of the game, where you can jump in and hostile and start mowing people down.
I mean, the game is pretty insulated against just hopping in and hostiling somebody. Like, I used to play back in the day when there was a lot of people that would do that. And my memory of that is that you had plenty of time, normally, to, like, between the time somebody hostiled you and trying to get to you, you had plenty of time to get, yourself back to town and stand there and stare at them awkwardly. Like, it's not like, there are some exploits that you can use where, like, you can put like a
Found
portal
and
outside of town or something, and you can like
Hostile
aggro them
them
and
and
hostile
take it.
them, and then take the portal and then go straight to the waypoint or something, and you can get.
And find the sorcerer's hydras and
This-
die. Yeah.
You can also do some silly tricks where you hostile somebody and then immediately put up a portal or something. Like, I can't remember the exact gist of it. I had a couple tricks got killed by it one time. It's like where the guy was standing outside of town, put up a portal, then like waited until the person was about to click on it, you know, on live stream, immediately put a portal up hoping they would click on the wrong one, and then ran into town directly, hostile, and then came right back out and killed them before they loaded in. That was an interesting method that I've seen. But like normally, like if somebody just joins the game and hostiles you immediately, you've got plenty of time to go back to town.
If you get hot TP'd by a trap or hydra,
Overburdened.
Now, see, that's more scary to me
that's dirty.
because that's when you're in a
Dirty
situation where you've got like a person who's trying to booby trap you in your game. They're not actually hostiling you. You don't know that they're hostile against you, and they're trying to get you killed by, you know, booby trap portals and things like that. That's
Yeah,
a pretty
'cause they're,
decent
like,
pair
in
of
another-
boots.
they're in another spot or something like that, and they just changed the TP out that you just walked in on.
Alright, so this
Unfortunately, they didn't roll with faster run walk, but they did roll with tri-res. 2 of the resistances are 37%, which is kind of insane. And they have magic find on them. Tri-res booties with 14% MF.
Okay, so this build on P1 is actually insane.
You other guys in the kinship want to group up and do something?
I'm just farming Nightmare repeatedly.
Oh yeah, you're on the quest for item.
I am on the quest for this Bone Slayer Blade. You're welcome to join me, but I'm literally just going from game to game, like killing
Hunting
as
for it.
Diablo as fast as I possibly can. As fast as I possibly can.
My 61 would still gain levels in there.
Probably, yeah. I think, maybe.
And I could always farm a different area while you're doing that.
I mean, I am going to go to GGM 26 if you want to join me.
Right on.
How is everybody?
What's up, third gear? The gear of 3.
Does anybody have a vendor guide I can borrow?
My geed is 14%.
Mine's 15.
I don't know.
I'm filling up on gold again, so I need to.
Okay. Tell me what game. I'll come drop her off.
No, I just hit random play.
You dirty random play presser.
I know, I just hopped on.
Ow.
You
Dare
dirty,
you.
dirty, dirty.
Year 1, usual passwords.
You dirty, dirty.
And,
So dirty.
Alright. It's on the ground.
rogue encampment, thank you.
Is it better to farm bases on P1 or higher player count? I mean, bases higher player count is going to give you more drops.
I can't.
I might be thinking
You
Magic
mo-
Find, but Magic Find doesn't increase with more players.
Yeah, well, Magic Find doesn't increase with more players. What do you think?
What increases is drop rates, so you end up getting more stuff.
You get
so-
more stuff, not better stuff.
Impossible.
That's the best way to
But
think. More
agreed,
stuff,
but-
not better stuff.
the thing also to keep in mind, which you're probably thinking of, is
Overburdened.
keep your Magic Find low if you're looking for bases.
Yes.
And
So Magic
zero
Find
would
is
be-
better stuff, not more stuff. Player count is more stuff, not better stuff.
Impossible.
So, but that makes sense. So player count, more stuff, not better. Magic find, better stuff, but not more.
Impossible.
Player count, more high runes.
Yeah, technically.
More caps.
Yeah, that's just technical. But
High runes are counted in stuff. Okay? We covered that. We covered stuff. Stuff has been covered.
stuff has been covered in what?
We covered stuff, okay? In fluff. Marshmallow fluff. To be precise.
Go.
Oh!
What
Yes.
do you need?
What's the matter? You don't like marshmallow fluff? You allergic to bones?
You. Stroke.
Are you allergic to bones?
Stroke.
He's allergic to bones, guys.
Stroke.
He's allergic to bones. We gotta get the bones out of here. Everybody get the bones out of here. He's
Are
allergic
you
to bones.
trying to figure out what he's talking about?
Wait, that means I'm allergic to myself. Damn it.
Wah, wah,
It
wah.
explains why you're having the stroke.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Nothing wrong like a bone stroke. I'm allergic to my own bones.
All I know is that somebody should clip nothing wrong with a bone stroke.
That's right, a bone stroke.
Okay.
That's terrible. Third gear's a dirty old man. That's what he is.
Yep.
He's dirtier than I am.
The Master Roshi of our group.
He's like, I think he's dirtier than Master Roshi. He'd
I
make
think
an old
last
man.
night-
He'd make a dirty old man blush.
I think what he was saying last night when they were like, well, I'm fat, and he's like, well, I'm fatter. That one had me dying.
Fat competition.
Yeah.
A fatitition? What?
Big
Yeah,
bodies.
that was pretty funny.
We're getting ready for our winter bodies competition.
Oops, I meant next game, not BG.
I don't know
Although
if I'm
Boulder's
a
Gate
pervert,
could be
but
fun too.
I don't know if I'm as much of a dirty old man as I just have no shame and don't care.
Dirty, dirty,
I
dirty,
need mana.
dirty, dirty, flirty.
Flirty, yes.
Dirty, 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 flirty, dirty.
Dirty mostly.
Dirty, 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 flirty.
If you guys happen to catch any games where someone's selling in the full trangs, let me know.
Uh-oh. Twitch is beating YouTube today? What is that?
This is the giveaway. You said, come
The
on over
giveaway?
to the dark
Oh,
side.
Okay. To the dark side of the force? Okay.
That's right. It's more prevalent.
Dark side of the force. Finish him.
Is that grandfather still floating around?
I think Mikey's using it this time, isn't he?
Oh, you're using it?
Or who was the one that had it? I can't even remember.
Bone Snap, you said?
The grandfather, the one we found at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
The
I'm
one that got stored
leveling
away
up.
on a mule and didn't get used for literally
rusty
like the whole first part
grandfather,
of the rusty grandfather.
That's insulting.
You want to use it? I'll give it to you. Rusty
No,
grandfather.
it would be going on a merc, so if you're actually playing a character that's using it, you use
You're gonna do
Yeah,
a
it's kind of the
two-handed
best
bar?
it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it
Best I got.
You know, I put a just obviously this is kind of out of your price range, but just as a fun thing, because you know everybody makes Last Wish in like a phase blade or something stupid because one-handed weapons don't have good sockets. Dude, I made Last Wish in an ethereal Colossus blade, and that thing puts grief to shame.
Oh yeah.
Like that thing puts grief so badly to shame that grief might as well just bury itself in a hole and never come back out. Like,
You know what?
My
That
merc
reminds me.
my
I
merc had
might
like a
go-
top end of like 1,000 damage on his weapon. It was like 1,000 freaking damage.
That reminds me, I might just try and go make him a grief then, an ethereal
Yeah, grief is
Colossus
better.
blade grief.
Honestly,
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
even sure if grief is actually better. The damage
That's
output.
true, but it's way cheaper.
No, I don't think it is. Like I think an F
A last
death.
wish.
I think
Oh,
an F
okay.
death.
Death is godly.
Death, in
Like
my
in
opinion,
a
is still
ethereal
better.
Colossus blade would probably smoke grief on a two-handed barb.
You are absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
I think that would smoke grief so bad, grief would just be crying.
Actually, if you're doing two-hander, You might as well just put it like in a freaking decapitator, like we were talking about
No,
earlier.
he's talking about a
You-
barb.
Yeah, I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he can only use swords.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of good options for like two-handed F swords that can just really hit. They can really smack like a Mack truck.
Yeah, I think that death would probably go ham.
I mean, it's going on a Mosaic Sins Merc, so I'm really just trying to...
Not to mention the crushing blow, deadly strike.
I'm half considering putting a plague on him.
Link the
How
clip.
about-
What clip? What is this clip? This is a dirty clip of me saying dirty things.
Yes, I won. I've infected your chat.
Well, it doesn't link to anything when I click on it. It just takes me back to like. That's rude.
Does it link you back to malware?
No, it just doesn't link me to the clip. I don't know what it links me to. I don't know what it links me to at all. It's probably a dirty trick. It's a dirty trick. Yeah, you can't post links in chat without permission. Like, and I already copied your link, Chinoel, and put it into the chat. It doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with your link. I do not know what is wrong with your link. It does not work. Let me just go to my Twitch dashboard and I can look in the clip section and see if you actually made one and find the real link. Clips. Okay, skip all that bullcrap. I don't care. What is this? Bone stroke. Okay. He named it Bone Stroke and everything. Alright.
Yeah, I bet, buddy.
Nothing wrong like a bone stroke. Nothing wrong like a bone stroke. Great. Now there's a clip of me saying bone stroke.
I win.
Great. Great.
Better than saying Bone Daddy.
They're gonna take me out of
Necromancer.
context, okay? They're gonna take me out of context.
Well, that's kind of half the point.
You know the internet.
100% out of context. That's not what I meant. I was
Just
talking
think
about
about it.
marshmallows, and I was talking about how marshmallows are made out of bones, and I was talking. You said allergic to bones, and then I said bone stroke, because you were allergic to the bones in the marshmallows. Y'all dirty dirties.
Just think about it, Ginger. You're going to be famous. You're going to become super famous due to some viral meme.
Might be right up there next to Hawk Twa. I get to be the bone stroke.
Yes,
The bone stroke
yes.
guy.
Orc, yeah, Orc Twa.
Everyone's gonna make a song out of it now.
So stupid. Who won the giveaway? You entered and left chat. I'm pretty sure you gotta stay in chat to get the giveaway, Promac.
Yeah, it's a thing.
You gotta actually be here. That's how it's set up. But the stainless steel tumbler was won by the Freedom Lover, and the sticker was won by Wonky Wi-Fi. Wonky Wi-Fi won the sticker. Yeah, you actually have to type. You actually have to type exclamation point enter when the contest starts. Like it's it's participation based. Nobody's giving out trophies for you just being in chat, unfortunately. Like you gotta actually be here to respond. I don't control how the giveaway is done, by the way. I have no control over that whatsoever. So I'm just telling you how it's set up. The giveaway is announced. You have 180 seconds to type exclamation point enter. You have to be here when the giveaway concludes. Once the giveaway is over, it will announce the winner. Then a link will be posted, and you get to click on the link, and it will take you to the redeem section so that you can redeem your free gift on the website. And that is basically how it works. Nothing super fancy about it. And then you got to put in your shipping information so you can actually get the gift. Gift. Maybe I'll give away some more tomorrow. I don't know. Might be too busy to stream tomorrow. I don't know.
I must go heat a pizza.
I got stupid night shift tomorrow. Somebody donate me $1 million so I can quit my job.
Not enough.
Blizzard
Inflation will
bot.
kill you.
Purchase a ginger. They need to hurry up and hire you. Ridiculous.
I don't know if they're gonna do that now. Not after I sold my soul to the devil.
I mean, they work for Diablo. I mean,
Not after I sold
like part of
my
the
soul
corporation.
to the devil.
Inside research for the next game. GGM. You know?
Yeah, I was undercover. What do you mean?
I wonder how many game devs have like watched your streams and videos too. Like, I wonder how I'm supposed to do this. The game dev looks at one of your videos.
At least one, I'm sure.
I mean,
for sure.
since I cover every single topic.
Right? The game dev's like, where do I find a Herald of Zachram shield? You go watch that Herald of Zachram shield video.
Google Herald of Zachram. Your mom's a hoe.
No, it's a garden tool.
When I get really old, I'm just gonna like not care anymore, and I'm just gonna start uploading videos. It's gonna be like a video for a new item, and it's just gonna, I'm just gonna be standing there staring at the screen and be like, "Your mom's a hoe," and then that's it. That's like the whole video, and then it like cuts to the outro.
It might get more views than you think.
Don't forget, buy my merch. Bye 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 bye.
Pretty much, yeah. Your mom's a hoe. Buy my merch. Off.
Not my
'Cause
fault.
I
You didn't
didn't
get the
wanna be a
waypoint.
fool for you. Your mama's a garden tool, and she knows the truth.
Bet you wish you had that waypoint.
Oh, baby, baby. Let me borrow that garden tool.
Playing
Man,
with
I
your
gotta
garden
hit-
tool in public's inappropriate.
Man, I got hit for like on a video with like demonetized, and they even like they instituted this feature where they show you why they demonetized your video.
Fail.
So I went and looked at it, and I played it back to where the point where they said I supposedly cussed or something, and I played it back like 6 or 7 times, and I never said any cuss word. Like, I don't understand what cuss word I supposedly uttered. Like, it was literally just me talking about the condemnation dagger. Maybe they heard the word condom from condemnation.
But then wouldn't they? Yeah, do they demonetize you when you talk about the Shaco?
I don't know. I think,
Right.
honestly, I think it was an error in the automatic system. But then when I appealed it for a human to come check it out to see if it was correct, he just like pencil whipped that jank through, and he didn't even bother checking it. Because if he checked it, he would have seen I never said anything dirty. I was just like, okay, all right. Meanwhile, the video Still Wakes the Deep, which has more cussing in it than I've ever heard in a video game in my entire life, for some reason is still not demonetized. You guys think I'm joking? I want to show you this.
No,
like I want to show you. Look at this. I'm gonna show you my Still Wakes the Deep video.
Alrighty, who do I take? Fiji. Where can I go drop your geese?
Maybe it's got a great one-liner in it that they watch. They don't want to take away the fun stuff.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Still Wakes the Deep, released June 30th, 2024. 632 views. I know that's not very many. People don't like my horror games. I like playing them, by the way. I think they're fun. You guys should join us for Saturday Horror sometimes. But dude, this game has more cussing in it than I have ever seen in a video game. They cuss in Scottish though, so they're always cussing in like that thick boy Scottish accent.
Boy voice.
And like, but the whole game long they're cussing B-bombs, A-bombs, F-bombs, S-bombs. I'm pretty sure they threw a couple in there I wasn't even aware of myself. And look at this. Not demonetized. This video is being monetized, and there is nothing wrong with it. Meanwhile, Like, if you scroll down the list, I got like a video here that's like, it's got limited ad suitability. It says, ad suitability, this video has been confirmed by manual review is not suitable for most advertisers. It remains fully eligible, playable, and eligible to earn subscription revenue from YouTube Premium. And so basically I can't earn revenue on this video, really. But there's probably like one curse word in this 7-hour live stream that got caught by the filter. Meanwhile, Still Wakes the Deep has probably about like 300 curse words in it.
Every 5 minutes.
every 2 seconds. And it's still not demonetized. I don't even know. Like, one day I expect to get an email and be like, holy Jesus, how did we miss this? You're banned from YouTube or something. Because Still Wakes the Deep is that bad. I remember as I was playing it, I was like, wow, okay, well, I'm probably not making any revenue on this video. And then they never demonetized it. Never. And I'm still, to this day, I'm still just kind of like, all right. I guess if you cuss in a thick enough Scottish accent, nobody knows you're cussing.
Nobody knows what Scots people say.
Nobody does. Even the AI doesn't know what the Scot people are saying.
Yeah, so you just talk with a thick Scottish accent.
Just need
You're
the
good?
thickest boy Scottish accents. If you guys don't know what a Scottish accent is, I'm going to give you some homework, okay? That's right, you just got homework from Ginger Gaming Mentor. Alright, this is your homework, alright? There's a television show. It's a British comedy. It's called Still Game. It's set in Scotland. Hold on, let me murder these monsters real quick. They're being mean to me. It's called Still Game, and it's set in Scotland. And every single person in the show just has the thickest Scottish accent, except for the supermarket employee, who is, I want to say he's Indian, and his name is Sanjeev Kohli. He plays Naveed Harid. And he has the really, really thick Indian accent. But everybody in the show has, like, the super thick, like, thick Scottish accent. So if you don't know what a Scottish accent sounds like, check out Still Game. It's hilarious. That thing came out in 2002, by the way. Third year's over here like, I don't watch any television shows. I haven't seen any since 2007. And I'm like, well, Still Game came out in 2002. So you got no excuse.
I didn't have cable.
No
Then the
excuse.
obvious question, Ginger. Can we be certain that we'll understand what a Scottish accent is after watching that show?
You will know. Let me just say this. When you watch
Gives it
the
9 out
show,
of 10
you're going to have to
gingers.
put on the subtitles. Okay? You literally can't watch the show without putting on the subtitles. They're speaking English, but you still won't be able to understand what they're saying most of the time unless you turn on the subtitles.
Is that like
They
the
got more
Irish show?
hardcore in their voice.
Is that like the Irish show from the 90s? Was it, Mom Brown's Boys or something? You know what I'm talking about?
Fiji, where you at? Run off. Bad base.
Good hands. Hands of the
Mrs.
hatchet.
Brown's Boys.
Alright. Giant, a gigant sword of poopiness.
Not even death can save you from me. Blah, 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 blah.
Sorry, I like to make fun of him. And you still won't drop me what I want. Still won't drop me what I want.
Oh yeah, you're
Um,
farming normal Nightmare Diablo, aren't you?
Yes, and he will not drop me what I need. No, he won't, cause he's a frickin' hoe. Yo. I really desperately need a ethereal level 20 Holy Bolt Bone Slayer blade, which is coincidentally my porno name.
Flip that.
I am willing. I am willing to give somebody a Shaco. Okay, I'm serious right now. I will give you one of my Shacos off of my shop if you can give me a Bone Slayer blade. I am so sick of trying to farm this thing. I will send you one of these. I will send you one. Okay? Yeah, I need a Bone Slayer blade. I'm sick of it. One ethereal Bone Slayer blade with level 20 Holy Bolt, or at least close to level 20 Holy Bolt. I'll accept 19 or 18. And you get a Shaco. How about that? He comes from Nightmare Diablo. Go farm him. And get me an ethereal Bone Slayer blade.
Send you out now, my minions.
You know you can buy it. No, you can't, actually. On Tradery, it does not exist. Every single person on Tradery that I've tried to contact, and every single, like, form of, like, thing I've tried to find this item on, does not exist. And they don't want to talk to me. Like, I've already offered on, like, every single one that's ever existed. It's got to be ladder. It's got to be, obviously, on, it's got to be ethereal, which is a problem. There's currently 2 up right now. I have an offer on both of these already. They don't want to respond to me. Neither one of them wants to respond. I'm willing to pay, like, a freaking Vex rune for one of these, and they still don't want to respond. I don't care how you get it. I don't care who you got to rob, okay? I'm not responsible for what you do to get this Bone Slayer blade. I'm just offering a bounty for the Bone Slayer blade. If you deliver it, you get the bounty.
You know, we could... Who wants to do some chaos prep?
I'll go.
Chaos prep.
Basically, yeah. I'm currently running chaos, but you gotta come kill Diablo.
Okay.
What, for like Nightmare?
Yeah.
I mean, if we had 3 people, the chaos would go super fast. You'd have one person go left, one person go up, one person go right. You just kill all 3 of the minions, meet in the center, murder Diablo, rinse, repeat. Like, it's actually...
Are you running your Necro?
Yeah.
Sir, game name?
Yeah, what's your game name?
I'm in GGM 31.
Oh, I thought, third gear, I thought you were doing it for... Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll just do what a Mosaic Sin does, which is run around on crack and kill everything.
Man, I'm just killing everything as fast as I can, making sure I pop all the seals. I'm getting Grand Visor of Chaos right now. Go get Mr. Lord Day pieces, because I'm going to cut them into pieces.
Pieces and in pieces.
How many pieces? 7 pieces. And then we just teleport down and get Mr. Buttface down here. And rinse repeats. Man, I can't even get one to fall, let alone an ethereal one. Like, it won't even... I haven't even gotten a white one yet. It's like just a regular one. I don't know if getting an ethereal one is realistic. I thought for sure maybe I'd find one on trade with, you know, for like dirt cheap, but no. Alright, so I will telly through the star, I guess. I'll pop a TP in the star, and then you guys can split into different directions. Let me refill my portal scrolls. I actually don't need my army. It's nightmare difficulty, so it's actually super easy. And my minion can pretty much just handle everything on his own.
Go cooking your massive gold to teleport.
Well, no, I got freaking that one guy came in yesterday and gave me a freaking burn of jaw. So I made an enigma with it.
Amen.
Oh my god, stop beating me up. Kill something already. Merc, start shooting stuff, please. Thank you. Okay. Took you long enough. Sometimes I notice there's a glitch in the AI of the Merc, is that when he gets stuck in dangerous situations and he can't retreat, he starts to, like, he freezes, or he won't do anything, and he gets stuck in a, like a loop, basically. And once he's stuck in that loop where he's not attacking because he's too close to the enemy or whatever, and he's trying to back away to get distance, sometimes he has trouble, like, existing because of it.
I cracked the seal, but I couldn't kill the saves. I don't have the right items to do it.
It's okay. I only just killed friggin' Grand Visor Chaos over here because everything was being bullet. I got 236% magic on, so it's not like terrible. He didn't even drop the base. The base is the Gothic Axe. I'm trying to farm for it. I mean, you guys don't have to come join me. But I can't really play my character without the weapon that the character is based around. I mean, I have a really crappy version.
The only thing I can offer is that while you're doing a Chaos run, I can go prep another one. So you can get 2 Diablo kills in roughly the same amount of time.
Well, the other monsters that also have a decent drop rate are Mephisto, which, I mean, if you wanted to run Mephi while I was in here, apparently he has a pretty good chance as well. I was basically just doing Diablo because he's easier for me. It's much easier for me to teleport up here to do the 3
I
series.
don't have any magic find, which is why I'm figuring it's better that you kill him. But I suppose theoretically, well, you run Chaos, I can run Endurance, and then...
Well, if you wanted to, you could tele Meph, and then I could just come kill him. I mean, once I get my army set up and we've already killed Diablo, I mean, all I really need is a teleport there, and I can just tele-stomp on his head and kill him.
TP drop, yeah. Well, that's why I was suggesting just running some Chaos prep for you, so that you could just join my game, join your game, back and forth. But
well, I was also thinking if we get like 3 people in here, we get the better drops too. So
yeah.
So like if you're doing a different thing while I'm in the same game, then we get the 3 drops. If you're in a different game, we won't get the player 3 drops. 3 piles of gold. Okay.
Alright, well, next game I will run after Mephisto.
Okay. Alright. Got a 30 foam. Drop the base. What? Let the base hit the floor. Let the base hit the floor. Let your mama hit the door.
Because I don't know if the dolls are powerful enough to kill me.
I mean, you're going to be what? Dragon flighting your way through?
Basically, hold on.
Nightmare dolls? Nah. You should be fine.
Yeah, it's nightmare, not hell. Nightmare dolls don't really explode for that much damage.
SpeedEG, we got the waypoint up, the town portal up at the start.
Oh, okay. Missed it. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. Ginger's been dropping the portal. He's got
Star TP up. Don't touch the seals.
It's a little hot.
Only the people who played with the bots. Only the people with non-flashbacks know what those jokes mean. The non-flashback people.
Daddy, why did he go crazy when I said start TP up?
I don't know, son. Thoughts to a darker time, I suppose.
Don't touch the
A
seals.
darker time. He started screaming, "Don't touch the seals! Don't touch the seals!" What did he mean, Daddy?
No, stop.
Mother of God.
Mother of God, did you touch the seals? Oh God, you didn't touch the seals, did you? You see, son, when you touch the seals, you ruin the EXP for everybody. And the EXP goes slower and slower until nobody levels up. And the bot stops functioning because you've touched the seals.
What's a bot, Daddy?
It was the 90s.
Well, son, when a mommy bot and a daddy bot get together and they really love each other, they make a botling. And the botling grows up to be a fine, upstanding citizen.
I can't carry anymore.
Unfortunately, due to large bills and the inability to pay for his wife's child care after birth, has led the botling to become a degenerate citizen of the RMT Federation. And so
All right,
he works
bad
for
news.
slave races.
I have to go. I'm sorry.
All right.
Rip.
Rest in peace, that yeah.
Take care, bud.
I'll be back. Hopefully. I don't know.
Who Tancred's Crowbills? Who? Not one.
Tancreds. Play the
Who
lot.
Tancred Crowbills?
Man, I'd be fully up in those and zodding them, using them on whirlwind barbs.
What do you need?
Don't zod the military pick, okay? Don't zod the Tancreds. Don't zod it, whatever you do. Don't zod that ugly, nasty poo. Don't zod the Tancreds.
I'm gonna find a one open phase blade and zod it.
He's just wasting them zods.
Just for Ginger.
He's like one of those rappers that puts like just wants like a gratuitous display of wealth. So he's got like rings on every finger, and every finger has a Zod socket in it, even though rings don't have durability.
That's right.
He's like Zod, 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 Zoddy, Zod, Zod, Zoddy, Zoddy, Zod, 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 Zoddy, Zod. And then he's got his Barbarian.
Deadly indestructible.
His Barbarian with like all equipment with burrs in it. He's got a 6-socket Colossus sword, 2 of them with 6 burrs each. 3 burrs in the helmet, 4 burrs in the armor. The Barbarian is born.
Burden bush.
As many burrs as you could obtain rightfully in this world. How many Nodge's circlets I've seen drop so far? They love to drop Nodge's circlets. That is like one of their favorite items to drop ever.
Doesn't it give like low damage also or something?
Nodge's circlet kind of sucks without the set.
No, I know. You can use it as like a ghetto merc helmet for like a little bit of damage.
A little bit of lightning damage or something?
Yeah.
Fire, didn't it?
Something. It was some type of elemental damage.
A replenished life 6.
Damn.
44 lightning.
Got
That's
him.
all res 4. Wow, that's terrible. Mikey, no.
I'm for the scrim memes. Oh, look at me go.
How did you
Walking
die?
into a pile
How
of
did you
pile of
die
death.
in Nightmare Difficulty?
Pretty easily.
Do you not have shout? Iron
The
skin.
last time I spec'd this character, I spec'd it for full whirlwind.
You never go without shout. You can always at least 1 point them, Shanks.
Oh yeah, I got 1 point.
Shout. Shout, shout it all out.
You're in skill level 11.
I need mana.
Whirly
These are the things you cannot do without.
Shout it all out.
No, we're not singing that song. We're singing a variation of that song so I don't get copyright.
Right. But I did a variation, didn't I?
I think I said a variation. Shout it all out.
Oh, Balthazar with the no-nos. What's up, Balthazar? Got better grinding equipment. Threw away my old grinding mace. Can't equip any of the new stuff because of the strength requirements. Oh no.
Bastard sword.
Another black tongue.
Another bastard sword.
Oh wow, that's kind of nice. A ruby jewel of carnage. Well, let's run it past the Bobinator. Zarubi Jewel of carnage. What's the name of what I'm looking for? Bone Slayer Blade. Unique
Plays it all.
Gothic axe. Everybody's like, why are you looking for that piece of crap?
Yeah, nobody uses that.
I think it's garbage. I'm looking. Why is this website broken?
It has to be F though, and awesome.
This one. That's ethereal. This is the main thing right here, which is the 50% chance to cast level 20 Holy Bolt when struck. It goes as low as 12, so it needs to be a higher number, obviously. But ethereal with a relatively high number on the Holy Bolt would be nice. I don't want like a S12. S12 doesn't really help me out very much. Because then I have the damage, but I don't have the Holy Bolt damage.
Don't got the proc.
And if it's not ethereal, then I've got the Holy Bolt damage, but I don't have the weapon damage, so then the weapon becomes useless. It has to be both. Not one or the other, but both. Kind of like a double-decker taco, you know? Where you get the hard and the soft together in one dujink.
Delicious.
Unbearable? Unbearable. The Barbarian is unbearable? That's terrible, Balthazar. That poor Barbarian. Barbarian. Forgot to put up a portal. Ow, everything hurts. It's really awkward having to build my army as I'm going.
I need mana.
I guess you could always just keep swiping the army from Pendle or something.
Yeah, but then I'm getting less like runs in general, so I've been trying to do it this way instead. Sometimes it gets spicy here with all the amp and the fanaticism and the extra fast mobs.
Yeah.
I don't exactly have any defense. I mean, unlike you, you're a barbarian who can actually, like, avoid getting hit with that massive defense from Iron Skin
Whirlwind, like, just
and
walk
shout
through 'em.
and, like, whatnot. My defense is a whole 1,912, so...
Sneeze on you, you disappear.
I mean, they can still hit me pretty readily if I'm not careful.
I'm rocking a lot of Crushing Blow right now, though.
Crowbill, that is Pompey's Wrath.
Yep. An Ethereal Pompey's Wrath, though, not to be confused with.
Not even death can save you from me.
What's the lore behind that? Does he chase people down after they die? lore check him on that. I think he's lying.
Fact check Diablo. Turns out death actually does save you from him. He just kind of just made up his own little story there.
It was the 90s. He needed some kind of flashy thing to yell and say. Times were different back then. Not even Twitch or YouTube can save you from me. I know.
Nice. I see you guys got your gift orders. Just looking at all the little messages. Bow, 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 now, now. Random emails.
I can hork his body after he dies, right?
Diablo, no.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Somebody teleport? How nice of you.
Noticed you were hanging out in town, so I figured I would do the honors this game.
Ow. That hurts. Can you hork Diablo for extra loot?
No. Super uniques, you can't.
No. Hork him. Maybe you just gotta hork him before he dies. Maybe you gotta double hork. Maybe you're just not fast enough. Maybe if we get like 6,000% faster cast, maybe you can get that hork in there quick enough.
I can neither confirm nor deny that. I've never tried to do that.
Neither confirm nor deny. So he hasn't actually. Does anybody need that? I've got like 3 lums right now.
I can use it. Don't have one.
He doesn't have a lum room?
Don't got no lum.
I respect the Vengeance Paladin and switch to Lawbringer Merc. It kind of works as well. A chance to hit the Merc really goes up. I mean, but why are you running Lawbringer and Vengeance together? It seems like an odd combination. Vengeance is elemental damage, and I mean, yeah, it'll kind of help a little bit with that 1/4 physical that Vengeance has, but it's not a physical skill really. So Decrepify really only helps with
fresh meat.
I mean, it can give you some survivability. Like Decrepify adding into a build can help you with survivability, but if you're using Vengeance, you'd be better off with like Plague for lower res, or something that makes you attack faster would be nice, like Faithbow for Fanaticism, or a Hustle on a Mercenary, something of that nature. Like, because the speed of your attacks is going to increase your damage dramatically with Vengeance. Yeah, I mean, Decrepify can be used for survivability. But at that point, you might as well just grab like a Holy Freeze. Holy Freeze also works pretty good. Does pretty much the same thing, except it's AoE. Hola. Hola, Freeze. Did I miss a seal or something? Did I miss a seal? I don't know. Did you play with G.I. Joes?
Gambling with G.
I have no clue.
One on top.
Oh, I never did Deceased? I never did Deceased, okay.
There we go.
I never did Deceased. Come on, Diablo. drop me a doozy. Who cares of booties? Let the booties hit the floor. Let the booties hit the floor. Let the booties hit the floor. They're not very good. Put them back on the floor. Put them things back on the floor. Don't even talk about the yore. Put that crap back on the floor. What did Bob say about my jewel? He didn't even reply. He's too busy playing with his hardcore friend. He doesn't want to play with us anymore.
We lost Bobby. He's lost us.
He doesn't care about us no more.
He's gone to the dark side, the squiddy side.
The squiddy side?
Squiddy side up.
What do you need?
There's a divergence in the softcore force.
The squid naturals and the squid not naturals. No, my golem.
Uh-oh. They do so much
this is
damage.
spicy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I
like
can't cast my
1,300 health.
freaking fire golem. They
I'd
kept
like
like
1,000.
stealing all my mana, so I couldn't cast my fire golem. I mean, it's my fault. He cost 378 mana to cast, but come on.
Greetings.
Like, I kind of need him alive so he can actually do damage.
Hey there, beefy boy. Oh,
Careful
there's a
of the,
0% chance I'm living through this. Alright,
Yeah,
Mikey going down.
What
See
are
you
you
later,
doing?
guys.
Didn't warn you.
I don't even know what's going on right now. We're in Nightmare, guys. You should be stronger than this.
I'm still smoking the crack sash.
I see.
Night smoke, baby.
I was running into a very weird problem, which is I couldn't cast my fire golem because I had no mana. Even though I was completely full, pretty much. But because the fire golem takes so much mana to cast, and they kept stealing all my mana, like I couldn't top out my mana to actually cast my mana when my fire golem freaking big prudes. I had to go back to town and heal up to recast my fire golem.
So without bow, I got 819 life. With bow,
That's really bad.
I got 1,375. But I am only level 63.
See,
It's not like I'm
1,375
80 or
is a more acceptable level of life.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 800 is just not acceptable. That's you're gonna
Oh,
die
yeah.
all the time. No,
Plus, like,
don't die.
You know, I got no DR and rocking the sweet bone snap as my weapon. Because I got to get to 81 to use Granddaddy's sword.
Somebody once told me that bone snap wasn't enough.
Oh yeah.
Did you at least up it?
Definitely not.
Or are you using like the baby maul?
Yeah, baby.
Why wouldn't you
And
at
then I
least
got-
up it?
I got sweet rattle cage because I don't got that.
You could, yeah, you do. Everybody's got a
farmed
wow,
enough.
a soul, and a perfect emerald.
Nope, I gotta go farm it.
You don't have a Ral, a soul, and a perfect emerald.
I got a
I'll give you
Ral,
one of each of those.
no soul.
You could have asked anybody, and they would have like farted you out a couple. Like that's how common they are.
But then I'm asking for basic
farted.
things that are
I
embarrassing.
will drop you a a whole bunch of runes in town in the next game, and you will pick them up and put them in your stash, and you shush.
I got lots of gems. I can drop you a bunch of gems for
I
crafting
don't
back.
care. I'm just gonna drop you some runes.
I know what I'm saying. I can make space by dropping lots of chippy bippies. Dun, 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 dun. Chippy
It's the necromancer scythe.
Unfortunately, I can only contribute a perfect emerald, I think, to this operation.
Alright, you ready? I'm dropping you a bunch of runes on the ground in town. What else do I got? I got like way too much of everything here. I have some tier runes. I have some soul runes. I have some soul runes. I have like a whole bunch of am runes because I've got like 83 am runes. I've got way too many souls. Some ifs. I have 2 ios. I have 2 L runes. I have 2 eth runes. There you go. I have a Tal rune too. And there's a dole. There. Complain ye not. Complain ye not.
Don't take the town please.
I'll drop all the purple syrup I got. So much purple syrup.
Purple syrup?
There we go. Town portal safer.
Juvies everywhere.
How are you dying with this many juvies?
I don't use them. It's great. It's great.
Drink them!
Who needs to drink them?
Drink
It's
the
great.
purple juice!
Don't drink the purple juice.
Oh my dear Lord Jesus, he got so many juvies and he didn't drink any of them. He's like, I'm just gonna die over here in the corner. Must save purple juice for people that don't
For all
need
important days for people who live. Survivors.
Gonna up transmute your purple juice. That's what we'll do.
Purple drink. Everybody loves purple drink. Thanks to the runes. Woo! I'm rich.
So many runes are coming out of my ears.
Anybody need a Mavi's belt?
If you need a shell rune, one just dropped.
Do I need a shell rune, or do you need a shell rune?
Another one. If you
Balthazar
need
said,
another shell rune.
thank you for the $9.99
Oh, you have more shell
donation,
runes?
Balthazar. He said, how
Yeah,
does the
they're good.
economy of D2R work? Is currency worthless? Everyone seems fine buying garbage for 35,000, selling things at 50% cost, and gambling has run amok. Honestly, you're talking about like the actual NPCs. Like they make so much money off of us, it's not even funny. Like I feel like at some point or another we need to just like riot and take over the NPCs because they are robbing us blind, like just absolutely blind. Have you ever seen the value of some of the items that you sell for 35,000 gold? Like go and look and see what they cost to buy them back. Like there's some items in there that they pay you 35,000 gold for that are literally worth millions and millions. Like, I've seen items in upwards of the 10 million gold range that they're just like, I'll give you 35,000 gold.
But have you seen the rent on Akara's tent?
I don't know. I've never seen the rent. I mean, what does she pay? What kind of gold? What's the gold? What's the gold rent there?
Billions.
Billions? No wonder she's always ripping me off.
Right.
Meanwhile, Charcy has a Herodric Malice that she can, like, create rare items with. She's, like, printing gold over there in the corner. De-ba-baloo, de-ba-baloo. Oh, there's a Kuko. And that's a Worm Skull. Kukos are always worth taking to swappies. Or putting on mercs. I don't know if anybody wants to grab it. I don't need it specifically, but I'll hold on to it for a swappy if nobody needs it. Swappy it is.
I don't need it. I got it already.
You've got a Kuko in your Kuko?
Overburdened.
on the Paladin.
I think you are Kuko.
I definitely am Kuko.
I think you're.
Go for Chicago.
What was the recipe again? P Emerald.
I think it's like a
Oh,
Ral
Ral
Soul P Emerald.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And that gets you a exceptional base. Oh, we already did this one? Why come there's no portals up? I'm silly. Boop, 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 boop. 40 runs later, still not even a white Bone Slayer blade drops. My kingdom for a Bone Slayer blade, okay? My whole kingdom for a Bone Slayer blade, please.
All these strange items for a Dark Avenger Necromancer. Remember that was the name for it way back in the day, the Dark Avenger?
You dropped a couple magic Gothic axes? It's terrible. My kingdom for a Bone Slayer blade, it's all I freaking need. My kingdom for a Bone Slayer blade. I
so
got
many
down
items
on
in
my
this game.
knees.
For physical damage necro, it's just hilarious.
My lips are blue from drinking too many mana potions, sir. And all I need is a Bone Slayer blade. So I can take over the world. I saw the new Rings of Power season, or at least the first 3 episodes. Thought it was pretty good.
Nice.
I'm like super deep into the lore of
Middle-earth.
the Middle Earth and Lord of the Rings, and I've read the Silmarillion and all sorts of other stuff. I like the Rings of Power.
That was cool,
I don't know why people don't like it, to be honest. I have
did
enjoyed
not like it.
I don't know. Some people just a lot of complaints apparently.
It's because one scene or something like that. Like, it didn't go the way that it was supposed to.
Well, I mean, I thought originally that it didn't go the way that it was supposed to in the story, but like for one thing, Sauron is not supposed to turn into Halbrand. He's supposed to turn into Anatar, the giver of the gifts. And so, like, when he was Halbrand, I was like, well, that's not how the story goes. And then later on, he turns into, you know, the giver of gifts. So he turns into Anatar, the giver of gifts, like he's supposed to. So I guess maybe I was just remembering things out of order. It's got an Eth crystal sword. Could be amazing. Might be crap. Balthazar, next swappy at Worldstone 3 terrorized uncleared. No swappies during Worldstone TZ.
I can't.
No swappies during Worldstone TZ.
Worldstone, cows, and chaos, right?
Meow over there, like we're in the middle of Worldstone TZ. He makes a swapping, and then he finally like as if a moment of self-realization when it goes from Worldstone TZ to Cow TZ, like literally right back to back. He's like, oh, I guess I'll close the swappy then and pick up the items. Like,
Yeah, as a champ. And then he won all the lotteries.
yes, and then he won all the giveaways, and now he's gonna have a mug and a T-shirt.
Yeah, I was crushing it.
And a
Batting
Sage. And he
average
got a
is
Sage.
lethal.
And he got a and he got a torch. So
He's a
the
happy
torch.
kitty.
The black souls deserve a chance. No, they're mean. They're mean souls. I don't like them. I can't tell what the hell we missed. I don't understand. Like, he's dead. Both seals are here. Okay. Oh. Lord Dacease is alive. He spawned like way down here. No wonder. I missed him. He was like really close to Diablo's area.
Right, I put some purple drink on my belt.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. He's got like
I was
this
saving
boy's got 100,000 full juvies in his stash, but he's not using
Yeah.
any of them.
He's the kinship juvie healer,
I was
right?
trying to. The most useful thing I could do.
Is the skin of the flayed one ethereal? It is ethereal. Nice. That's the keeper. That is a keeper. Indeed. That is one of those merc items that you can use for life leeching. You can up it too. You can use it on a player if you really wanted to.
Ginger, you should tell him the bounty again.
Tell who the bounty.
The stream. If you find this, he will buy it. And pay lots.
If you get a ethereal bone slayer blade, that's what I need. Ethereal bone slayer blade. I will literally give you a Shaco, a Harlequin Crest Shaco. Not in the game. I'll give you a real beanie. You're gonna get a real Harlequin Crest Shaco beanie. I'll send you a link and everything.
That's the bounty.
That's the bounty. The bounty is one Harlequin Crest Shaco for a Bone Slayer but Gothic Blade.
Careful. TP into Chaos is fairly trapped.
I am currently on the other side, so...
Gothic staff.
I wonder what the story is behind the the will-o-wisps and stuff in this game, like the black souls and the gloams and whatnot. I wonder what they were thinking when they created them. Are they basically just ghosts, or are they more like elementals? Like some games have elementals.
I like the old art books too, from around the 90s and everything when they were doing everything. All the art for Diablo and Warcraft, like 3. Pretty great. Warcraft 2 art.
Yeah, he did that again. He spawned like way down here next to Diablo's area. Odd.
Coming after sorcerers.
Teleport right on his head, boys. Teleport, teleport. Right on his head, right on his head. You guys remember that that Seinfeld episode where they made up the voice? Hello.
A lot of times people will make fun of me because I got the eyeglasses and everything. They'll call me Seinfeld.
Oh, you're Jewish too?
No.
Seinfeld's Jewish. He's got that Jewish look with the glasses, and he's got the whole like thing going on. He's got the whole thing.
Not even death can save you from me.
There was that whole episode where the what was the dentist converted just so we could tell Jewish jokes.
That's funny. Sell all this stuff in town.
There's actually a couple of monsters that supposedly drop as items. Apparently Eldritch and Shank in Nightmare have a pretty decent chance too. As well as Bale in Nightmare, Diablo in Nightmare, Mephisto in Nightmare. They're all pretty good. I think Diablo was like the best one though. Which is why I've been focusing on him.
The staff that fell down was the warp spear.
That's actually pretty good for ES builds if you don't have a memory.
Right?
You just put it on swap and use it to precast your energy shield.
Yeah. One of our enchants orcs might want that for
That's
an
right.
energy shield buff.
Keegan knows what episode I'm talking about. You rabid anti-dentite! Next thing you know, you're going to be saying that the dentists should have their own schools. They do have their own schools. Anti-dentite.
Did you throw a TP?
This stuff. Didn't I throw a TP? I thought I did. My brain is buzzing out. Man.
It's alright.
Offto gets the pop of the lower day ceasing movement.
He freezes me pretty good. I got nothing for Can't Be Frozen yet.
Oh yeah.
It's a chilling. Barb with a cold.
A demon hunt sash.
Is it? +1 to light, no, +2 to light radius. Let's go!
Whoa, I thought you were just gonna say +1, but then he said +2 to light radius. Now
I
that's,
know. I had to back it up.
that's legit. Can you
Twice as
imagine
shiny.
like how much shininess you're gonna have when you put that bling on?
Radiation. Across the nation.
I like the idea that like certain items in your inventory are just outright glowing. You walk up to your friends, you're like blinding them. Like,
Well, Sig
nice
is
sword
blinding.
you have there, and like he holds it up. Yeah, +25 to light radius. Like you
They
can't even
should've put
stare
an aura on
directly
full
at it.
Sig.
It's like immediately just blinding. Aw, giant axe.
They should have put an aura on
Not
full sig.
ethereal. Not ethereal. Not ethereal. A ruby jewel of malice, huh?
Throwing spear.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to drop me the item. That's all there is to it. He said, you know what? F you. Bryan Cranston goat.
He's hiding it.
You rabbit in I.
So when you kill all of his like champions and the seals are broken, where does he pop out from? Like, is he under the floor hiding?
I don't know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Not really sure what's going on with Diablo.
Is it? There's nothing lore bound that says why Diablo is summoned by the seals. First Diablo, they had to do a summoning ritual, but he's already summoned.
No, the
You
first
know what I mean?
Diablo you had to do the seals too, kind of, in a way. Like, they did that roundabout seal method where you had to, like, press all the levers and you had to kill all the monsters, and then each lever would open up, like, a new, you know, quote-unquote seal, and then each seal would lead to the next seal. Like, it was... I mean, it was there. I wouldn't say that it was the most amazing system, but I think it was just really the limitations of the time period.
Yeah.
What item
Maybe
am I
spec-
looking for? I'm looking
Spectral
for
damage
a
vengeance.
Bone
scepter.
Slayer blade. It's probably something that you would give to like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, alright? But still.
One of the greatest shows ever.
I like Buffy. I liked Angel. I think I liked Angel better. Personally.
PP for the newbie.
I think Angel was a much more cool character.
Yeah, Angel was pretty cool, and then the actor went on to do the cool detective show.
There's an IK belt. You want an IK belt?
Yeah.
Up here by Lord Deceased.
Okay, I gotta crawl across the river first. Sweet river.
I didn't like Spike at first. I really did not like Spike. I thought he was a very poor character. But he slowly started to actually gain like a persona of his own and a personality, and he started to become less of a writhing twat. And eventually he turned into like an actual real character. By the time Angel came out, and like by the time he started to like, I don't know, like all that stuff with like Wolfram and Heart and whatnot, he started to actually become like a halfway decent character within the story, and slowly he grew on me like a mold or a fungus of some type, and I started to like his character toward the end. But in the beginning, he is eminently hateable. He is very hateable.
He did the high school thing too, dated Buffy also. Everybody gets to turn dating Buffy.
He sucked. I also started to dislike Buffy because she was doing really weird things. Like, she fell in love with Angel, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, like Angel and her couldn't be together, and then she's just like, alright, well, I guess I'll just sleep with Spike. And I'm just like, What? What? What?
Just tried to kill you last week. Let's go for a date. Let's get ice cream.
Ice cream was to chill off the frustration from the previous week getting killed
Right.
or trying to get killed.
I don't
Chill out,
remember.
man.
Ginger, do you remember Diablo 1? You remember that kid that was like near the tree?
Yeah, Wirt and the pig leg. Why?
That random kid that nobody.
Yeah, that
ever
random
gave
kid
up
that
to.
nobody ever remembers.
No, wait. Was it Wirt?
Yeah, that's Wirt.
No, I thought there were. Oh, I'm thinking of the.
That's Wirt before he
drunk.
died. That's before he lost his leg.
Like, hey,
There
come here!
was-
I got something to sell you.
I forget the.
Sells
the
it for
other-
the worst price ever.
The drunk that was down below there.
Farnham.
That's my uncle, man. Why are you making
Yeah.
fun of my uncle?
Farnham is the reason why Wirt's alive.
Right?
So if you listen to the story in Diablo 1, Farnham tells you that he went down in there to save the boy. He said he went down after him because he knew he was in trouble, and he managed to survive. But basically, he was like he got like PTSD from the butcher, and that's why he's in town drinking his life away because he's basically he's basically just like ruined in the brain at this point. But he dragged Wirt out of there. That's why Wirt only got away with just a missing leg.
So like, what happened with him?
Look at this ring that just got sold to the shop.
I mean, basically what happened is
Oh my god.
that is awful. Did you buy it just to show it to us?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
5% bonus attack rating, 6 lightning res, 1 mana after each kill, 12 MF, and here's the big one, boys. Plus 5 to light radius.
This is terrible.
And it's
So
only
bad.
level 12.
So he
Level 12 for all that.
So what happened is Lazarus had kind of like fooled everybody, and he led an expedition into the catacombs. Farnham was part of the expedition, and obviously Farnham was actually trying to do right by everybody, but Lazarus was not, and he deliberately brought them to the butcher. Like, he knew where the butcher was, and he brought them down there to the butcher, and the butcher started murdering everybody, basically.
Damn.
Farnham actually knows a lot, and it's actually part of the lore that Farnham will actually tell you things that you need to know, but in a very nonsensical and almost almost
Not logical.
cryptic way. And if you pay attention to the things that Farnham says, they eventually make sense. And, you know, he will go through the process of giving you the hints that you need to, like, solve the mysteries. But, of course, he's the town drunk, so, like, nobody believes him. Like, he's always drunk off his ass, basically.
It's like
Literally, he's sitting. Like, he's always sitting. Whenever you find him, he can't stand.
I just haven't played in D1 in so long that it's
What's up, walking dude? Yeah, so Wirt is sitting in the corner. He ends up getting mauled by the butcher. He gets a peg leg. He survives, but he like hides in the corner. He offers like a deal to the adventurers. He says that everything that you can purchase inside, you know, Tristram is garbage. Basically, it's all garbage, and you guys are garbage for buying it. Basically, is what he says. And he goes, "I import all my goods from outside of Tristram." So he has all his goods like brought in from the outside world, essentially. And that's the running gag, is that he doesn't purchase things from inside. That's why he doesn't buy anything either. He won't buy anything from you, because it's all garbage from Tristram, according to him. And he actually charges you just to look at his inventory. Like, you got to pay 50 gold just to even see what he's got.
I've noticed something. Every time you teleport, do you notice that you leave behind fire trails? Do you know what that means?
Well, had Taco Bell for dinner.
That too, but You're teleporting at 88 miles an hour.
1.1 gigawatts.
Mm-hmm.
I never did like the way that my minions get weaker in lower difficulties. I'm not sure a lot of people are aware of this, but like your minions tend to be scaled to the difficulty that you're in, which is kind of weird. So you can be like a level 99 character when you go to like Nightmare or normal difficulty, your minions are just kind of scaled down with you. They're not the beefy hell difficulty versions that you have in the when you're fighting like Hell Diablo and stuff like that. They're the baby Nightmare versions. Same thing with normal difficulty too. Very interesting little ring. 104, 107 attack rating, 8% cold, 20% fire. The Dreadnought sounds like something out of a porno.
Or a navy somewhere.
What are you putting that ring on?
I don't think you want to know. If you like it, then you better put a ring on it.
Diablo walks the earth.
That's right, the Diablo. Our grandchild. A tender life grandchild. Thank you, Diablo. Thank you for that garbage. Garbage. Monsters aren't drinking milk, so their bones get weaker. Look, they don't have stomachs, okay? So obviously you have to put them in a milk bath. Alright? Use your brain.
You got 47 or 48?
46 is what we're on? What happens when I awkward 2-sub you? What is that? Awkward 2-sub? How do you do a 2-sub? 1-sub, 2-sub, 3-sub, 4-sub. Everybody got a big old sub. I would like a, okay, since we're ordering subs, I would like a turkey, salami, and pepperoni with pepper jack cheese, mayonnaise, toasted before you put the mayonnaise on there. I would also like sprinkled about like 5 jalapenos spread out across. Little jalapeno slices, that would be delicious. And top it off with a little bit of grated Parmesan. And some jalapeno chips. Yes.
Alright.
Since we're getting subs.
And his name is John C.
I'm not sure which one's louder, the John Cena one or the other one. I'll definitely blow some speakers out. I saw the John Cena's newest movie too, that Lotto movie. That movie was good. I liked it a lot.
Badass.
If you guys haven't seen the Lotto movie on Netflix, I'm totally no shill or anything. I promise. Netflix isn't paying me. Like, I really enjoyed the movie. It was really good. It's called Lotto. It's about this, like, really effed up lottery system where everybody enters the lottery and everybody who enters the lottery has a chance to win. If you win the lottery, you have 24 hours to stay alive. And if you don't stay alive, you don't win the lottery. So if anybody kills you for whatever reason, you forfeit your money. And the losing tickets all have the authority to kill you. So basically, whenever the lottery happens, all the losing ticket winners, anybody who buys a ticket that doesn't win, is allowed to kill the lottery winner. And if they manage to kill the lottery winner, they get the money. It's a very crazy movie, and I love it. Kind of harkens me back to the old days of, man, what was that movie I saw like a million years ago? It was, Cannonball, the original Cannonball movie. Kind of harkened me back to the original Cannonball movie. That's the one where, like, you gotta, like, drive across the entire country, and whoever gets to the location first by whatever means necessary, like, ends up winning.
Cannonball Run, right? I think it's Run.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's called Lotto, and it's John Cena's in it. I mean, not that you can see him or anything, but he's in there. I promise. Or Jackpot. I'm sorry, not Jackpot. Not Lotto. Jackpot. But it is a lotto. It is about the lottery. Jackpot. My bad. I messed up. Here, I'll put a link to it in chat for you guys if you want to take a look at it. It's on Netflix for free. You don't got to pay for it, man. If you got Netflix, you got it. There you go. Let's go watch it. It's a John Cena movie? That's right. It's good, too. They make a lot of funny jokes about John Cena in there, and I couldn't help but laugh. Like one of them where she literally looks John Cena right in the face, and she's like, did anyone ever tell you that your face just looks kind of like a giant ear? And he's like, yeah. He goes, they used to call me Big Ear Face back in high school, okay? And it really hurts my feelings. You're really bringing a lot of dark stuff up right now.
Nice, I got a demon machine for the pally.
Nice. Congratulations.
Do.
Not even death can save you from me.
There ain't no saving. Can't be saved.
Ain't no Bibablo low enough. Ain't no Bibablo gray enough to keep me from punching you in the face and go dance. Right in the... Oh, dang. That's not what I meant to do at all. GGM 487. Let's go. Let me redo that. I meant to do 48.
Oh, I joined it. I mean, it's...
Too late.
I thought it was brilliant. Damn. Into the burning hells we go again. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la.
You know what Diablo is going to drop in that other game, don't you, GGM?
What is he going to drop? Exactly what I need.
Blade.
Exactly what I needed. That's what he's going to drop, is the item that I actually required. Because I'm the silly one who wants to spend all the time farming something that I can't get.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items and gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
He's going to drop it this time. He's got to. He's got to drop it this time.
It's like the lottery.
I have to win eventually, right? If I buy enough tickets?
Yeah.
If I buy like 1 million tickets, I'm guaranteed to win. Something.
All the tickets. Hunter's bow.
I win something. You win nothing because you suck.
Double pike. Not just one pike.
You like my writhing mass of creatures? What do you think? Does it suit me?
What are you up to, like 30, 32 monsties?
Oh, no, I don't bother building that many here because it's just nightmare. I just let them just do their thing. Dark skin gloves. Ghoul palms or whatever, I think.
Venom grips.
Nah, they're ghoul, grave palms. Yeah, grave palms. They're the Pindle gloves.
Wither string. The baby bow. He's a baby.
Who's a baby?
Wither string bow.
Little baby bow.
Fires magical arrows.
Does it fire magical arrows?
Yeah.
How magical are they? Like moderately magical? Like on a scale of 1 to magical, like how?
They add 1 to 3 magical damage and 30 increased attack speed with a sweet always hits magic arrow. Slaps.
Oh, magic arrow doesn't always hit. Now that you're thinking of guiding arrow.
I thought magic arrow.
No, magic arrow converts your physical damage into magical damage and doesn't require arrows when shot.
I thought it had an always hit thing. How lame is that?
No. Grand Visor of Chaos is not on the battlefield. What is this? Why are you not on the battlefield? This is not acceptable. There, yeah, shoot him with the fire. Get him. Get him, Merc.
Pew pew.
Pew, 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 pew. Grand Visor's being a butt. Come on, Merc, you can do it. Keep shooting him. I don't care if he's immune to fire. Shoot hard, shoot faster and harder.
Try harder.
It's not working. He's ever so slowly dying over there. I don't even know why he ended up over there. He just like decided to run away, apparently.
His AI went south.
I said, Lassie, come home, but he didn't listen to me.
Another
Valor.
seal broken.
I mean, it's not like we're not getting unique items. They're falling.
Yeah.
And like we're getting like a bunch of exceptional uniques. So maybe he really is the best place to find this item, but am I going to be online tomorrow? Yeah, but I got to work tomorrow night, so I might be a sleepy person. I'll try and do like at least a, like a small stream. Like right now I'm doing at least a small stream. I got to go into work in like a couple hours. It was yesterday's job was kind of like pushed off till today because of Labor Day, so they decided to make it so that, like we had to do the tags today instead, which was stupid. Should have just done them last night. Dadgum Labor Day. How dare the labor labors.
Kids, I wish you all a wonderful evening. I'm going to head off for the evening.
Alright, no, not me. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Unlike Bob,
I can't carry anymore.
He does
who
his own Squiddy stuff.
abandoned us. Just because Squiddy has more tentacles, okay? Just because Squiddy has more tentacles than me
Did I get a TP?
doesn't mean that you can just leave.
Wherefore art thou, Bobby Billions?
We need somebody to come up and be like,
Well, if you can't hold on to your man. Huh.
Cestus?
I can't carry anymore.
Can't remember what difficulty the
got the
Cestus is.
skills.
Is that normal? So normal claws don't have skills on them, so it's a thing, and I never really understood why they did that.
That's annoying. It's rude. All the yellows.
I need to check that
Rare
zombie
bows.
bit.
Isn't it sad that rare bows suck so much?
Well, that longbow could be upgraded to a shadow bow, so I'm gonna check it to see if it's got anything good on it.
24 enhanced. Jank.
Jank? That is do jank, sir.
Half a jank.
Half a jank? How about 1/4 of a jank?
Could happen.
1/4 of a jank. Bom, 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 bom.
There you go. There's a name. Soul Spike Blade. 41 enhanced damage, 50 poison over 5 seconds, and 1 mana after each kill. Yeah.
It's nice to have an enigma.
Yeah.
When you're trying to farm a specific item from a specific monster, it's nice to be able to teleport straight to that specific monster.
The guy's privilege and teleport.
Well, especially since I'm trying to farm this particular item.
Oh yeah. Well, you're basically a necro sorceress.
Well, I'm just, trying to get my army in place.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it.
I need my delivery method.
The Paladin and the Necro are like pretty much the shizzle game
like-
clearing bang bang.
It's like all the movies, like the James Bond movies, where they're trying to keep the enemy from getting the guidance system or something. Like this is the guidance system, okay? The mercenaries, they're the bomb, but they're not worth anything by themselves. You need the guidance system. Without the guidance system, we've got dumb rockets. And with all your dumb rockets, they don't do anything good, and they're just dumb. They're just stupid. They're stupid rockets. But if you've got the guidance system, you can launch them in the right directions, and you can deal massive damage.
I like the Viger bow too on a Merc forum. Apparently, they're a lot smarter if you make them faster.
There's people in chat right now who are just completely, they have no clue what you just said. They're like, Viger? What?
What does that mean?
Vigor.
Is he trying to make his bow hard?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have more stamina. Gotta increase it.
Vigor, my friend, vigor.
It's Viger, way better.
Vigor.
It's like more lean.
God, you're just as bad as my
Look,
dad. My dad would be like
stamina
Natflax and Yulu and
Shazbot.
Umazumi. I'm like, Dad, that's not what their name is.
It makes it more cringe instead of fringe, you know? Fringe.
Schmack-a-lack a Diablo dong.
Yeah.
Come on down and see Diablo's thong. A Serpent Lord, a Barb Helm, a non-ethereal. The Serpent Lord's the one I'm always trying to get whenever I level up a kicker. Oh, man.
Gonna find it. Could happen.
Let's check one more time on Tradery to see if anybody has responded, or maybe somebody's posted another one up there.
Release the bounty.
The quicker, thicker, picker upper bounty.
Oh.
IK 32% MF.
You need an IK helmet for your IK barb?
I'm currently until I get leveled up enough.
I want my money and I want it now.
I want my levels.
I said, have you been hit by that like button yet? And I said, call JG Wentworth. Call the hurt line. I want my money and I want it now. It bounced off Joe Mama. Joe. Mama, why you put this up here if you not going to respond? I offered what you asked for, but you do not respond. You are the little dirty hoe who put this thing up here to tease me, and I'm going to have to kick you without fear. This guy put his up. I offered him immediately. He still has not responded. He wants a Malrune. I offered him an ist. Still has not responded. 3 hours has gone. What did he do? Like, just like, God bless it, man. I swear, there's this like syndrome where people will send you a message and they just immediately like throw their phone away after they send you a message. And I think it translates onto tradery too. They straight up will just be like, let's see if I got some. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a beef jerky packet. So they'll be like this. They'll be like, all right, hey babe, can you get me such and such from the store? And then they'll be like, psh, you just throw it. And then you respond immediately, but it doesn't matter because they just threw their phone. Like they sent you a message and just chucked their phone over their shoulder. That's what that guy did. He posted the Boneslayer blade, and even though I responded immediately when he posted it, he just like chucked his whole PC over his shoulder. Like, who needs a PC?
Turned it off quickly.
Chucked his whole PC over his shoulder.
You'd be famous too. He'd trade it to you right on stream and everything. Claps and applause.
Claps and applause as I go to my substandard Paladin. I'm hoping to get this before like PTR and everything so I can actually play around with my Paladin. Once PTR for Diablo 4 hits, I'm going to be in that like knee deep all day trying to look at all these new rune words and checking out all the new features.
Post the new bits.
Yeah, I'm all excited about the rune words. I want to check them out. I have a feeling that as we go forward, there's probably going to be some feedback on the rune words, and they're going to make changes. They always do seem to make changes, and they're probably going to get even better for Season 6 launch.
I mean, their game would be better. You just gotta hire Ginger. I mean, how many years of playing Diablo do you got? Like, that's one heavy resume. Heavy resume.
A lot. I've played other games too.
Yeah. But I mean, like the intricacies of Diablo.
I mean, I know what I like. I know what I like, what I really, really like. I wanna.
Bone flesh. Someone just whipped that on the ground. Don't mind if I do.
Is it ethereal?
No.
Okay, I got a regular one on my guy right now. Not my necromancers, but my paladins. Bomb. Come on, ethereal bone, slay your blade. This is proving harder to find than a Mang songs at this point. One eternity later. Diablo, my homie, my bro, my friend, my pal, my buddy, my big G, my big D. Don't take that the wrong way. His name is Diablo. Bone Slayer Blade, please. Oh, no. It said you dropped me a fascia, a claw, a herald shield, and an Eisenheart shield. You're a dirty hoe. That's what I got to say. I mean, my G. I just want one. Yuck. Super yuck. One of the downsides of farming in Nightmare difficulties, you can't buy super potions from the shop.
Right.
Why the Bone Slayer? Because the build is designed around the Bone Slayer specifically. How I like to make my builds is I usually design my builds around a specific item. Like, I look at an item and I'm like, that's a really neat item. I could probably make a whole build around that item, I think to myself. And then I do. And then so I make a whole build around that one item. The Bone Slayer Blade is a specific item that I'm making the entire build around. So it has a very special effect on it, which is not replicatable across any other item within the game. A 50% chance. Not a 10% chance, not a 5% chance, not a 20% chance. A 50% chance to cast level 20 Holy Bolt whenever you get struck. And you can synergize that. So you can set it up so that the Holy Bolt that's coming out of you with a 50% chance has a relatively high damage output. I could pull up the Holy Bolt for you and show you what a fully synergized level 20 Holy Bolt looks like. Just for fun, might as well. So we'll pull up the Amazon Basin Holy Bolt page. And then what you do is you take a look at Holy Bolt at level 20. So level 20 Holy Bolt has a damage of 220 magic damage, right? So that's the maximum damage for Holy Bolt. The synergy for Holy Bolt is magic damage bonus 50 times. It's Fist of the Heavens specifically because I changed it. It used to be Bless of Hammer and Fist of the Heavens, so this is out of date, unfortunately. But if I remember correctly, it's... Let me pull up a different site because that one is currently not correct. And then apparently the Diablo wiki is like dead. Has some sort of header overflow problem right now. Either that or I got banned. Maybe they banned me. But basically what you do is you use the synergy bonus, which I can't remember what the synergy bonus is now. But it's like 220, so like, I think it's like 50% times 20, which is like... which is like 1,000% bonus. So you take your 220 and you add 1,000%, and that gets you an average Holy Bolt damage of 2,420 magic damage coming out of you every single 50% of the time, every time somebody hits you. So like you're just running around getting wailed on, and as you get wailed on, you get these massive Holy Bolts that are just popping out of you and going in all directions. It actually does a lot of damage. And it works really interestingly with certain like ranged attacks and all sorts of other stuff, to the point where you could spam like 30-40 Holy Bolts in like the span of about like 4 seconds or 5 seconds or maybe even 3, depending on how many shots hit you in the face. So then the build becomes, you know, like, okay, how do I get hit in the face without dying? And I want to get hit in the face as many times as I possibly can, obviously. So adding on things like block chance is going to reduce that total number. Adding on defense is going to reduce that total number. So you try to focus your mental processes on things like, okay, well, how do I mitigate getting punched in the face while not mitigating the latter? So I want to make sure that I'm not mitigating like, you know, like the damage that I'm taking, so that I don't proc the effect, because believe it or not, if you don't take damage, you don't proc the effect, even if you get smacked in the face. So like if you... Oh, wow. I definitely got wrecked there. So if you get hit in the face and you have like absorption and things like that that basically turn the damage to 0, you can effectively still end up, what's the term, like not proccing the effect, because the damage technically is 0 and so the proc doesn't actually activate. So you have to reduce the damage that you're taking without negating it entirely, which is a whole fun mental process too, which is some very interesting stuff to come up with. My poor little necromancer got like stomped on. I got telly stomped.
Yeah.
It's not very polite.
I was whirlwinding you, but I mean, whirlwinding right next to you, but I think the whole pack just targeted you and
No, they spawned on my
missed the
head.
necro.
They spawned. It was very unlucky spawn. They just spawned directly on top of my head, so I didn't really have much chance. I'm a necromancer. It's not like I really have a lot of defenses.
Right.
I'm keeping the game fresh one build at a time. I mean, that's not really what I'm trying to do. I appreciate it, like you thinking like that, but I mean, honestly, I'm just having fun building characters that are really neat. This one is, it's really funny when you see it in action. Maybe I'll take a break from this and I'll actually go play him for a little bit, because obviously I'm not getting anywhere with my Bone Slayer Blade. I wish I had a Bone Slayer Blade. I wish I had a Bone Slayer Blade. Ethereal and beautiful, upgraded too. With a Zon rune in it, I'd be made. I wish I had a Bone Slayer Blade. I wish I had a Bone Slayer Blade.
Oh, when your
But
merc died,
I
you lost the enchant.
no, the enchant stays on the targets. He enchants everything and then he dies. It's actually one of the best things about him is that he doesn't have to be alive. He only needs to be alive when I'm actually like building the
I was
army.
thinking, I couldn't see with the telestomp. I couldn't see your minions. I thought they were all taken out.
Nah, they just all focus in one spot. They're not that bad. One more. Just one.
Yeah, I got to go to midnight shift also tonight.
We can do the ooh boogie 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 ooh boogie 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 boogie. Swing, better swing.
Wing bone stab.
What is it? Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies.
Yep.
Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. Swing. Telly, 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 telly all the way. Telly, telly, telly. Popping all the seas.
Remember, buy Ginger's merch, and he's got a bounty out.
I mean, you guys don't have to buy the merch, but I appreciate it.
That's sweet merch.
I'm gonna get some more merch up. I got a couple of shirt designs I'm thinking of.
What if you had like class shirts, you know? Yeah.
What?
Classes, Diablo classes.
I mean, I don't want to get too much into copyrighted stuff. I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can.
Well, I mean, they don't own the name Ranger, Paladin, Necromancer.
I was actually thinking more along the lines of like a Chinchilla that looks like Diablo and a Kubis that looks like an angel fighting each other.
Oh yeah, no, that idea sounds pretty cool.
I need to come up with some really cool shirt designs. I already have a Kubis shirt. Kubis
Ginger
the
as a
monster
barbarian.
A gingerbarian?
The gingerbarian.
Ninjari and the Barbarian.
Oh, he almost got me again, Oh, I'll tell you why
If you throw me a TP, I could get totally murdered in front of you.
What?
I'm joking.
Cody, what's the matter? Do you got the bug in your boot? Oh, you whining at the Chinchies. You want the Chinchies to come play with you.
Got a level 12 bow.
What is he doing? Just sitting there waiting on the Chinchies? Is Dusty Buns being mean to you? Did he bite you on the snoot? Again? One time Cody put his nose in the cage. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, but he's like, he put his nose in the cage, and the chinchilla bit him on the nose, and I'm like, and he came over to me, and like to tell on the chinchilla or something, like the chinchilla did something wrong, and I'm like, he bit your nose? I was like, so don't put your nose in the cage, big dummy. I was like, if for him to bite your nose, you would have had to like stuck it in there and held it in there for a little while and given him all the time in the world.
Yeah, you're saying sometimes when the chinchillas are not amused.
I mean, they mess
They can
with
be
him.
vicious.
He gets upset because he can't follow them. They go upstairs and they get away from him, and then he gets upset. It's kind of funny, actually.
That makes sense. I took my dog Max for a walk today. He likes going on the car rides.
Yeah, Cody loves going for rides too.
My dog
Only
like
he wasn't
refused.
such a just straight up crackhead.
I need mana.
Like you literally
funny.
take him on a ride and he's just like bouncing around the car like a literal ping pong ball. Mirror, like rear view mirrors all jacked up because he keeps
Warped
hitting
up.
it with his head. Like freaking keeps like whipping me in the eye with his tail. Like it's just too much. He literally gets to the point where it's like I don't want to take him in the car because he's so big and he gets so excited. He literally just destroys everything.
That makes sense. Could you throw me a TP? That way I can try and mooch experience. Mooch, mooch, mooch.
Cody, don't touch me with your cold, wet nose. Don't give me the wet nose.
Can't carry anymore.
I see your little snoot. Everybody can see your snoot on the camera. Everybody can see. You're covering up a mana globe, and they can see. You got some. That's a snoot. They see it. You want me to stick a finger up there? Stick a finger up your snoot. See if you got any bullets.
That's another idea too. I've seen other streamers have like a dog cam. They put the camera on where the dog bed is.
Oh yeah. I used to have one, but I just it's hard keeping his area clean. I don't want you guys seeing the mess he makes every single day. Every day of his life. He's always got to find something and destroy it. I swear. One day, my robot vacuum cleaner, like the little thing that holds his brush in, fell off. It's like a little plastic cover.
Oh yeah, I know.
And then the
I
brush
got one
fell
of those
off.
Sharks.
And he found the brush in the plastic cover, chewed up the plastic cover and the brush.
Yeah. This could be it.
A battle axe and a great axe. So we got all the other axes, but not the one I needed. So this is the baby one. This is the brain hue, which is not the right one. That other one is the chieftain, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, chieftain.
Right type, but wrong tier. So the chieftain's the wrong type, but that one was actually the right type, just the wrong tier. See, now he's teasing me. Now I gotta keep going.
Right? He's like a double axe drop.
Keegan. Night, man. That's right, harder than Mangs. Everybody's making fun of me for my comments today. Nothing wrong with a good bone stroke. That one was terrible. What was I thinking? I was talking about marshmallows, thank you very much.
Yep.
I don't think that makes it any better. Marshmallows, marshmallows, marshmallow-D-O-P-O's. Why is Grand Visor Chaos on like crack cocaine in this difficulty? Like half the time in hell difficulty he just stands there and he doesn't do anything. In this difficulty he's like running around all over the place.
Blood. Maybe
He's
they
actually
messed
moving.
up maybe they messed up the AI and they gave the wrong AI for the difficulty.
I don't know. He also has other odd differences in Nightmare from Hell difficulty. I'm not sure if you've noticed. In Hell difficulty, he's immune to fire. In Nightmare difficulty, he's immune to lightning. It's kind of odd for them to just change his immunity.
Yeah. He also has pretty high probability to drop Aki, the Oculus. I found it from like 2 or 3 times.
We found a really interesting glitch one season with Trang's gloves. We found out that Trang's gloves would drop like almost guaranteed from Nightmare TZ Chaos.
Really?
There was some sort of weird, I don't know, some sort of glitch with like the item level or something, but like we got like 4 pairs of Trang's gloves from Nightmare TZ Chaos.
That's funny.
Did I forget to hit a seal or something? Or did I forget to kill a monster?
Probably the top seal again.
Got it.
Zabrunski just won, or he's playing D4.
Yeah, he's been playing D4 a lot lately.
Crazy.
He does a lot of Resident Evil. He did like The Village and like Resident Evil 4 remakes and stuff like that. He's been streaming. He's been streaming the games that he likes to play.
Diablo Doogie Howser.
I think he might be done with Diablo 2 for the most part. He did say he had some sort of Diablo 2 human bot project video that he might be coming out with. The other day on stream, he called himself a washed-up ARPG streamer. He's like, I don't know,
He's
I'm just a
cool.
washed-up ARPG streamer. I don't know. I think he's cool. I invited him to the Discord if he wants to come and hang out.
Yo, that would be like, you know, VIP night, you know? We know how much Dabrunski likes a Foden. Loves it.
Well, he's been playing Diablo 4 pretty religiously at this point, so I think he might have moved on to D4. I like D4 too, as much as the next guy, but I'm gonna float back and forth between them as always. For those of you who are watching right now and you're curious if I'm ever gonna stop playing Diablo 2, the answer is no. And I'm probably never gonna stop playing Diablo 4 either. So I am right on the train of both games. I want to play both. I cannot make up my mind, and I'm going to keep playing both games.
I'm interested to wait
them
for
both.
the whatever solution they're gonna do for, like, you know, possibly reducing the graphics of other people while you're playing the game or something, so that way it's not Spam Fest USA all over the screen.
Spam Fest USA? Well, you don't want mosaic sins everywhere?
Right? Holy mosaics.
I mean, Final Fantasy XI was way ahead of its time. They had a system that was very specific, and it was very easy to set up. You could basically go through and you could set up what you wanted to see, what you didn't want to see, and it was not even just like what other players were doing. You could also set up individual things, like as a for instance, let's say for instance you were in a raid and you wanted to see your allies' healing effects or whatever, but you didn't want to see like everybody's healing effects or damage effects. So you could individualize, and you could say, okay, I don't want to see like anybody outside of my alliance, but I want to see my party members' effects, and then you could like go from there. Nice a code. And you could even go outside of your party. So there was like 4 different things. There was your effects, so you could control like what of your effects you could see. So you could even filter out some of yours if you wanted to, which was pretty cool. You could then filter out your party's effects, and it went over like all the various effects that your party had. Then you could also filter out the alliance's effects, and then finally you could filter out non-alliance members, non-party members. So people in just like the overworld, you could decide what you wanted to see and what you didn't want to see of those. And after it was all said and done, I mean, you basically had ultimate control over everything that was on the screen at any given time. And if you decided that you didn't want to see a specific effect, then you didn't have to see a specific effect. You could just edit it out, essentially. And it was wonders for like the lag and stuff, and especially in like big 64-man raids where you really kind of needed to do that because there were so many people on the screen. So you know you could customize like being able to see the heals and things like that, and then like filter out a lot of the damage effects that were like overly ridiculous in terms of graphical performance and like anything that might have just been spammy to the point where you just couldn't see the screen. You could kind of cut that stuff out too, so it was easier to like see what the hell was going on. I thought it was brilliant, and for the raids, it was pretty much damn near mandatory because you really had to do it, because if you didn't, you just couldn't see what was going on. And I think a system like that for D4 would probably work really well. Maybe even D2, to be perfectly honest. Like, there's some things I would probably rather not have on the screen at all times. Might make mosaic sins a little less annoying as well.
Yeah. Alright, Ginger, after this one, I'm gonna call it.
Alright. Gonna get a nap before work?
I like to. It keeps you fresh, you know?
Or you just nap while you're at work. See, that's where you... That's...
Well, government, right? Best deal in the market. Go to work for 8 hours, half-hour break, and 2 15-minute breaks.
Did you ever see that Seinfeld episode where he was sleeping at work and he had like a little... He had like a little bed set up under his desk with like a pillow, and he had like a little cup holder and like... So
Yeah,
he would go to work, and then he would just go to sleep while he was at work, and that was it.
I can't.
I mean, I've seen some crazy people do some of that kind of stuff.
I mean, I take the odd naps at work in the break room, you know, on the 15. Sometimes they're refreshing, sometimes they're... Sometimes I feel like I feel worse than before I went to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, what just happened? Did I get hit by a truck? Gotta get the old blood pumping again. Oh man.
I forget the name of it. I'm not trying to like advertise for them or anything, but the company's name is like Organic or something, and they got like protein shakes. And it's about like $9 or something like that, or $9.50 at Walmart for like 4 of them. And they're awesome. They got zinc and copper in them and everything, so it's like it's like a chocolate milk with vitamins. Yeah,
Do
zinc
we need
and copper.
I know we need zinc.
Yeah.
But do we need copper? I thought copper was.
Yeah.
I don't think we needed copper.
Yep. Copper helps you burn for shredding.
I don't want to burn. I don't want to be on fire. I'm a ginger. I'm already hot.
Right?
My soul is already burning in damnation. You know how hot that is? It's pretty hot.
Spicy.
Impossible. I can't.
Pop them bodies, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Pop them bodies, do-si-do. Come on down, let's go. Got some set demon hide boots. Rite of passage boots on the ground. I don't know if those are better than what you're wearing, but I don't know what you have on. You look like Barney the dinosaur over there.
Gloves? Yeah. I'm rocking 3-piece SIG and rock fleece.
Barney
It's
the dinosaur.
terrible.
Do you want to be a Barney the dinosaur? We got lots of armor that you can wear, my friend. Tal's armor gonna make you so freaking purple. Gonna look like Barney the
I look
dinosaur.
pretty classy right now.
You
I
look
got
like
Rattle
Barney.
Cage,
You're
Bone
Barney
Snap,
purple, my friend.
and 3-piece SIG.
That helmet does not match your armor, sir.
No, it's criminal.
Where's your Barney hat? Gotta put your Barney hat on. Not a frog? You're not a frog? Oh no. That's terrible. We're gonna have to do this just because you're not a frog.
What was the best drop today on Twitch? I'm saying.
I don't know. I've been trying to farm a Bone Slayer blade. It's not like I'm in hell.
Demon Machine fell. Another one of those. 123 enhanced damage. 66 max damage. 632 attack rating.
Ribbits angrily? I think you might be a frog, my friend. I think you might be a frog if you're ribbiting angrily.
For the professional knife throwers, a death bit battle dart fell. 151 enhanced damage.
We should raid the
40% deadly strike.
I gotta go to work in like, like an hour or so. We should totally raid the Brunsky.
Yeah.
Maybe he's live.
He is live. That's how I knew he was playing D4.
Maybe Dobrunsky will give you a free month. Have some Dobrunsky emotes.
A free month of Dobrunsky modes?
Yeah.
Sold. I didn't know they had those Dobrunsky modes. Isn't Dobrunsky like isn't he like a horribly, what's the term? Infatuated with Pepe? Doesn't he have Pepe? He got all the Pepe
so.
emotes. A great ball just dropped on the ground. What was that?
OG 2019.
An ethereal steel driver. Wow. That's actually kind of a really good weapon.
Ginger, what was that game where you were like upgrading a car?
That was what was the name of that?
That was a cool looking game.
Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive. You should check it out. It is really good.
I enjoyed watching the stream for that.
That one is really fun. I lost that one a lot. I go get it to an amethyst. I got a gem shrine. Jam. Womp, 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 womp.
Alright, have a nice night, everybody. Peace.
Alright, bye game. Bye, everybody. Everybody give a nice clap for Maggie. I'm over here, Maggie. Playstyle was pretty fun too. I like that one. Charles is always giving me crap. I can't tell whether he likes my stuff or not. He's always giving me too much crap. Digla Dak, the Dak Digla. A Digla so dirky. He didn't even say anything. Where's my not even death can save you from me? Like, what the hell? Just gonna like sneak up on a brother like that. He'd be straight up sneaking. Charles said I can't even make any sense out of myself either. Charles is one of those guys who literally like falls in love with a girl, tries to get her attention, finally confesses his love, to which she immediately responds, "I thought you hated my guts!" Because that's the impression that he left. You stepped on my toe, you punched me in the left arm, you bit me, you gave me an evil slimy frog that peed on me. I thought you hated me. Like, no. I don't hate you. Just socially awkward. Just socially awkward. middle school courtship practices. Been farming for this item for a million years. A million eons and eons have gone by, and I have not obtained it. This is gonna turn into the Trail of Ginger's Tears. You see, it started when he actually thought he had a chance of getting the item. You see, which never happened. But that hope quickly faded. It faded and faded, and as the light left his eyes, as his soul left his body, it never returned.
Impossible.
Ginger realized that the item that he sought for all these years was never to be his. Was never to be his. I bet you Nightmare Diablo's gonna drop me a Soj before he drops me this item. I'm just gonna have a Soj pop out of Diablo first. This is gonna be so bad. Come on, Diablo. Do me a solid. Oh my god, and he dropped me a ring as if he heard me. Come on, Soj, Big Daddy! Ah, it's just a mantled heal. A 6% at that. I already got a 7% in my stash. I don't need a 6% mantled. What am I hunting? I'm hunting the Bone Slayer Blade. Bone Slayer Blade. Because his necro was hunting. That's what he'll do. He's gonna hunt again until he takes a poo, and then he'll wipe his butt cheeks and get back to hunting. Because that's what necros do. We like to hunt for stuffs. We are dirty, dirty raccoons with grubby paws now. And we're gonna make it all, take it all back to town. We got them grubby, evil raccoon paws. And we are gonna grab everything we can, but we only want one thing. It's a Bone Slayer Blade now, from a Paladin's hands. But this necro hasn't found one, no he hasn't. He needs one Bone Slayer of ethereal status with a level 20 holy ball he do, and he's gonna upgrade it and turn it into a really sweet champion axe. Yes he will, cause it's a Bone Slayer. A Bone Slayer Blade. Man, there's so many monsters here, like holy Jesus. Get a couple more skeletons or something. Pop, 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 pop. I don't have the weapon. I need the weapon. I'm currently in hell difficulty, and the weapon that I have just isn't cutting it. It's a normal. It's a non-ethereal one, so it's not gonna cut the juice. It's not gonna cut the all juice. Tap, tap, tap. Tap. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, the venom lords was spitting. All the flames, yeah. They was spitting everything, every which way. And Diablo wouldn't drop me. What I wanted, cause he's a dirty hoe. That's right, he's a garden tool. Not even a good one. He's one of those cheap ones you get from the Dollar Tree.
Ew, that's stinky.
And he still won't drop. My pappy was a necromancer. My grandpappy was a necromancer for him. We can always go back to a classic from yesterday. Don't Zod the Tancreds. Don't Zod it whatever you do. Don't Zod it, it'll turn out like poo. Don't Zod the Tancreds. And then we pop all the bodies and kill all the monsters and summon 4 skeletons from their very bones. Where are you at, Grand Vizier of Vizieriness? Why are you never on land? Like, is there a reason why you're never on land? Because screw you. Just because you can float and other people can't doesn't mean you get to show off that you can float over the lava. I'm sure that jank is hot. You ain't. I mean, well, actually, he is. Wait, yeah, he is immune to fire and nightmare difficulty, so I guess that makes sense. They come and get me. I don't know. Immune to fire, bro. What you gonna do about it, bro?
Just when I thought one Mosaic Sin wasn't bad enough, in this game there's 2 Mosaic Sins.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the Mosaic Sin. I just have a problem with them, like, not staying with the group.
Yeah, that's basically what's the problem.
I mean, I have that problem with anybody. Doesn't matter who it is. Anybody in the kinship, you want to, like, constantly be ahead of the group, and you don't want to stay with the group. I mean, I'm probably going to yell at you at some point, or boot you from the group or something. I mean, there's been a couple people in the kinship over the seasons that, like, it just doesn't matter where we go, what we're doing. They're always ahead of the group. They're, like, never with us.
Because they're dirty heathens.
No, I don't understand why are you even playing with us if you don't want to play with us? Like, what's the point?
Not in town.
Do you want me to punch you in the nose? Because that's what's gonna happen.
Hail to you, champion.
Hardcore is the full game. You have to have defense as well as offense. I mean, necromancers don't have defense no matter what difficulty you play them in.
Impossible. I can't.
Hardcore suffers from one very fatal flaw, in my opinion. And it is a flaw that hardcore can never recover from.
Lag.
No, it's a very simple flaw. It doesn't have anything to do with technical reasons.
I can't.
It has to do with the question, what if? When you're playing a video game, you will very often and very likely be presented with scenarios in which you are often posing a question to yourself, what if? In hardcore, you don't ask that question, because if you ask that question, it very likely leads to your death. In softcore, you do ask the question, because you want to know, what if? Like, when you see that fanaticized, mighted, cursed, spectral hit, conviction aura'd abomination of a death lord, and you're like, What if I go down there and fight that guy? Can I win? What if I do it? What happens? In hardcore, you die. And, well, you don't get back up. So you really can't ask the question, what if? In softcore, you get to ask that question. You get to go, well, what if? Like, what if I was in that situation? Can I win? And you go down there, you find out, one way or the other, whether you would have won or whether you would have lost. And you get to ask that question in softcore. You don't get to ask those questions in hardcore. You never get to answer the question, what if? Because if you do ask the question, what if in hardcore, it's most likely going to lead to your death. And it's just an irredeemable problem with the hardcore system in general. I like asking the question, what if? I like coming across those ridiculously, just, I don't even know what the hell they are, like Goku Super Saiyan Blue monsters. And I like thinking to myself, well, like, can I take him? Can I take him? Can I take him? And I go down there and I find out. Either he smashes my face in or I smash his face in. And we're gonna find out one way or another whether or not who's gonna win this fight. And nobody's backing down. Like we're gonna find out who wins and who loses. Lister Spectral hit my level 90 hardcore's on. He wasn't even on the screen. Yeah, that's unfortunate too, but that's more of in the like the mechanical glitch side of things. I think I would probably play hardcore if we could do like a what's it called? Like a private server. I would totally do hardcore on a private server because then I could be judge, jury, and executioner of my characters. So if I feel like the death was unwarranted or like it was a lag spike or something happened within the game that was a glitch, and I felt like the death was not legitimate, like in my eyes, then I could, you know, I could take it from there. I gotta burn some of these gems. I got way too many gems. Time to burn some gems, boys. I'm gonna burn some rubies because I got way too many. I think it would be fun to have like a system where you had like the admins were actually in control of things, and like if you died in hardcore you could petition the court. Like petition the gods basically, you know, like my death was not legitimate, so you know, one of the other admins came in and pushed me into the volcano. Like, how is that my fault? There they go. Some of the admins just pushed you into the volcano? Okay, well then, you know, death overruled. And then they restore your life to you. I got so many jammies. I don't blame you. Got too many gems in here, and I've been just sitting on them, letting them pile up. Because I'm a fool. A fool in love. Also want offensive auras with 24% extra gold for monsters. I mean, we do have some offensive aura pallies this season that may or may not want an offensive auras, and I guess we can hold on to that for an offensive auras paladin. I know we got at least a Holy Freeze paladin, and I think there's a Holy Fire paladin this season too, or a Strider. I think either one of those would probably be happy to have a Offensive GC. Now I need another GC to reroll so I can get rid of some more of these gems. Oh, nice. I got 3 of those. Sweet. 3 of those. Jimmy Jim Jim. Jimmy Jimmy Jim Jams. I know you guys like watching me sort my gems. It's your favorite activity. Like ASMR. Gems. Get to watch me slowly convert all my gems into amazingness. Perfect, beautiful gems of gemliness. All the gemly gems. Gemly gems, gemly gems, radioactive gemly gems. Look at all my gemly gems. I got all my gemly gems. Gemly gems, gemly gems. Gemity. Gemity. Gem, gem. Gem, 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 gem. So many gem. So many gem.
You know, looking at the arm of King Leoric, like when you like zoom in and stuff like that, it's just crazy. It's like, what kind of like spine or like who? Yeah, like who? What spine is that?
It's a, you know, it's a spine.
Honestly, it kind of looks like a spine from like the Spike Fiends.
What do you need?
I don't know what it looks like.
A hardcore gamer understands the entire game.
Pardon?
Pardon? I've been playing the game for 25 years. I still don't understand the entire game. I've made an entire channel like dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge within this game, and I still don't understand the entire game.
Same.
The general understanding that like anybody it really has any kind of like full knowledge of the game is just silly. Nobody really knows everything about this game. There's like secrets that I'm still learning to this very day. Like how the loot is generated, how the monsters are generated. Like, some hardcore players would just say, you know, hey, it's bad luck. I got, you know, like a Might Enchanted, Fanaticized, Cursed, Spectral hit pack, right? Just bad luck. Bad luck. Little do they know that their very actions were actually what created that monstrosity in the first place. And it was exactly how they played the game which led to their death. That's right. The where you go and what you do specifically spawns certain versions of certain monsters, which means that if you're encountering on a regular basis, like extra strong, spectral hit, cursed, fanaticized monsters, and they seem to pop up a lot in your games, that's you. You're doing that. It's the way that you play that's actually creating those monsters. Like where you go and what you do and how you actually move. You're creating them by your very actions, which is hilarious in my opinion. I'm gonna go see if I can grab a like Neelithak charm. Neelithak's on terrorized, so I might as well go play with him real quick. I don't see any reason why not. It's pretty easy to farm. Neelithak's he's a dead easy farm anyway. If somebody gives you the item that you've been farming for forever, then why does it drop again for you after 30 minutes? Because you're on a pattern, like you're on a loop, right? You're doing things the same way, like a certain like variable string, and you've kind of like lucked into that variable string and how it runs. That's basically what's going on. Why is it Halls of Pain not linked? That's weird. It's actually because of the way that the variables work that as you're playing, if you do the right variables one way, one time, there's a very good chance that you're going to do the variables the right way a second time or a third time because you're playing basically the same way every single time, especially if you're doing multiple runs. Wow, that's not bad. That's beautiful. Eaglehood. +2 assassin skills, 13% dexterity, or 13% dexterity. 13 dexterity, 14% all res, 54% fire res, damage reduced by 4, and gold find at 68%. That's a solid little circle. We got a lot of assassins. If somebody want them. We got a lot of assassins. Vidal assassin. Vidal Sassoon. We'll do a couple of these NiNi runs, see if I can get a charm to reroll.
Not enough mana.
If you came in the game and gave me the item I was looking for, it would start to drop for me. I don't really agree, because I've farmed with the item in my inventory before, and, like, that's... I mean, we could certainly test your theory. Because I have a Bone Slayer blade, it's just not a very good one. We could certainly test your theory, and I could go get my Paladin, give my Paladin the... or my, give my, my Necromancer the axe, and just put it in his hands, just for the lulz of it. And we'll test your theory, shall we? Oh no, look, a Bone Slayer blade just dropped on the ground. It's a garbage one. It's a level 18 Holy Bolt with not really the greatest mods. Its damage is only 192 and it goes as high as 220. It's not ethereal. Like, it's poopy, right? Okay, here we go, boys. You guys ready? We're gonna drop the Bone Slayer blade on the ground and like summon forth another Bone Slayer blade through sheer will and veracity. That's what we're gonna do. And then I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna put it on too, because we're gonna wear it and we're actually gonna like slap things with it. Because why not? I'm a necromancer. Dang it. You've been running Ubers all day, but none of them have dropped a grief. Man, you didn't get like a full grief drop set, like with the phase blade 5-socketed and like the low rune and the mal rune and everything? Like just in order, just like full runes and everything? Did I get those all the time? They just drop. I'll just be killing a monster, and it's like they drop a phase blade, they drop all the runes, and then they also drop a scroll, and it tells me what order to put the runes in. It's insane. I can't believe it when it happens. I really can't.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Is it butter? Are you sure? It might actually be butter.
Believe.
Did you get a scientist to check it? Make sure it's actually not butter?
I should. Hey, Ginger.
That was a whole Seinfeld episode, by the way. Remember where they were like, they were like, it's non-fat. The yogurt, it's non-fat. I can't believe it. Turned out the yogurt was not non-fat. They like sent it to a lab and had it tested. They all gained like a whole bunch of weight. What are the odds? The odds are that you have a Bone Slayer blade in your hands. That's the odds. I got a Bone Slayer blade. Wah, 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 wah. But I need a better one because it sucks. And there's people on Tradery who have one that I want. But nope, but it wants to give me what I freaking want. I can't believe both of them posted one and both of them don't want to respond.
I still can't believe no one has a full string set. It's a real bad
If you
day.
think Diablo 2 drops are purely random, you haven't been playing much. I mean, I'd agree with that. I think most people who have played this game long enough know that it's not like random like most video games. But that being said, I think that we can actually switch it around, in my opinion, because I don't think that most video games have a truly random system. I think it's actually the opposite. I think Diablo has the most truly random system that has ever existed, because it's more like reality than any other system. The other systems are trying to be random at the cost of making things not random, whereas the Diablo system is more like reality in that things are not really ever random in reality either. They're just a sequence of events that leads up to a result. Controlling the variables, as you will. I think the easiest example of controlling the variables is, let's say, a basketball player taking free shots, right? Like, what are the probability odds that a basketball player will sink, you know, like 100 free shots in a row, 200 free shots in a row, 300 in a row, right? But there is a Guinness Book World Record for the maximum number of free shots that's been achieved in a like a standing period, and without missing. And the probability of actually achieving that is probably like as far as like the the video games would have you believe is like next to nothing, right? It's like the chances of hitting the same shot over and over and over again, the probability decreases every single time you increase the number of shots. But the basketball player who's making the shots is controlling the variables through his skill. That's what he's doing. He's controlling, obviously his muscles, his hands, his posture. He's trying to make sure he does everything correctly. He's accounting for, like all the different variables that are currently, within his perception. He obviously can't account for variables that are not within his perception, but in general, he's controlling the variables to make it obviously hit multiple times in a row, which is that's just how it works. We can control the variables too in Diablo. They're just not the variables that you would normally think are variables. I think that's the key to making a truly random game that people would actually enjoy. I think the key is to make a game that is as close to reality as possible. Instead of going for all this nonsense where you're trying to like roll random numbers and like have some sort of like chaos factor, which is interpreting the random number generator and like having some sort of big skewed like piano-esque style like music sheet where like it goes in ups and downs and all this other bull crap. I think what they should really focus on doing is doing something completely different, which is make a system where the game has variables like that are affecting the outcome of what's going on, and make the variables so complex that just something as simple as like shooting a basketball becomes a horribly complicated, number of variables between like the strength of the basketball player, the dexterity of the basketball player, the airspeed in the current stadium, like how many people were pooping at that particular moment. Like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, you like the rotational axis of the Earth. Was he like shooting toward the rotational axis of the Earth or away from it, or was he shooting, like north or south? Like, and literally have everything be a variable in what's going on, just like it is in real life. And then you might actually have a game that has a true random system, and it would be probably hilariously fun to play that game.
Okay, Fiji, where are you?
I mean, you could even include things like moon phases into the calculations. Like, is it currently a full moon, or is it not a full moon?
Games stink. Normal password.
Thank you.
He
I
dropped me
managed to
all
buffalo
gold.
a bunch of gold, and I picked up some swappy game gloves.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I found an ethereal steel driver.
Oh.
In my quest for my ethereal bone slayer, I came across an ethereal steel driver. Kind
Thank
of
you very much.
interesting.
Yeah, no problem. If you need it again, let me know. If I hork another one up, I'll... Obviously, it's yours.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
How many points in dex does a basketball player need to achieve maximum dex? Well, obviously, it depends on the basketball player's level, okay? If he's level 99, then it's going to be higher than when he's only level, like, 75. Alright? These are rookie questions.
So I've come to the conclusion that for the Mosaic Sin, I want a super garbage Crown of Ages.
A super garbage Crown of Ages? What?
Like, I'll take anti-perfect. Solely for the purpose of mixing it with Fade and getting some DR. All res DR.
That's fair.
It might seem strange, but you drop a Hell Rune in it because I don't really care about the socket. I don't want to run facets. I just want to reduce the...
So you don't
Strength
want to run Fade?
No, I do want to run Fade.
Well, if you
But
run Fade, you're fine.
Dungos plus a poorly rolled Dungos plus a poorly rolled Crown of Ages plus Fade will give me 40 DR real easy.
So you're trying to go for survivability. Do you have your mosaics yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how you get survivability on the mosaic set. I'm gonna give you the recipe. All right. First off, you need claw block.
Yep, got it.
Okay. You want to wear a hustle. The reason why you want to wear a hustle is because it's going to give you evade. Evade works while you're moving. Claw block works while you're not moving. That covers both of your bases.
Impossible.
So now you're going to be evading when you're moving, and you're going to be claw blocking when you're not moving, and that includes spells. So that's going to take care of like 50 to 60% of all of your attacks are going to just be completely absorbed by your claw block and your evasion. Then you want to get yourself a cold sunder.
Salutations.
All right, and you want to put that in your inventory. When you teleport in, you should be using Blades of Ice as one of your 4 charges. Blades of Ice is extremely powerful because it freezes everything when you teleport in. It's an AoE freeze effect. However, it doesn't do anything if you don't break their resistances. So, like, if you teleport into a pack of monsters that are immune to cold, you get no effect. So you want to make sure you have your cold sunder inventory. That way, every single pack that you teleport into, no matter what their resistances are, will be broken, and you can freeze them with your Blades of Ice. And your Blades of Ice is going to be like constantly proccing, of course, because you're going to be kicking, and you got 3 charges. It's going to hit an AoE around you, and it's going to keep everything nice and frosty for you. And there's only going to be a couple monsters in the game that it's not going to work on, like Death Lords, Dolls, and like Glooms, and that's about it. You do that combination right there, and your Sin should be pretty dang tanky. You're going to absorb most of the lightning spells and all the other stuff just with the evade and the claw block together. And then the cold is going to take care of the majority of the melees for you. It's going to just freeze them and lock them down so that they're not going to be able to, like, even touch you. The only things that are really going to even try to hit you are the things that you can't freeze. So you can't freeze elites, but they'll be chilled. And you can guarantee that they'll be chilled through the Cold Sunder. And then bosses, of course, can't be frozen either. So that's when the evasion from the hustle armor comes into play, and also the claw block comes into play. As long as you're standing still, your claw block is excellent, but you never really stand still as a Mosaic Sin. That's kind of like against the practices of the class. So
Yeah, it's always go.
yeah,
Fast,
so
fast,
so
fast.
that's why hustle works so good with it, because it offers you the ability to use evasion with your claw block, which gives you a hell of a lot better situation in general.
Yeah, but then I have to try and figure out a way to get rid of that negative res from the Cold Sunder, and I'm too lazy to deal with that.
I honestly wouldn't even worry about it. Like the way that you're set up, it's not about resistances. It's about avoidance. So your block completely absorbs the attack. Your evade completely absorbs the attack. You don't get hit by it. You're freezing the monsters. So the monsters are just frozen and they can't fight back. So for the most part, when it comes to that, your resistances don't really matter all that much. You're going to be running Fade anyway, and Fade is going to give you a tremendous amount of resistances and damage reduction, and should make up for the most of it without too much of an issue. And there's not very many monsters that deal cold damage anyway. I mean, you got like the odd monster that's cold enchanted, and then you've got like maybe those ones in Act 3 that cast Blizzard, and that's about it. Like, ever since, because I did the Mosaic Sin for like an entire season, and I tried everything out. I tried all the different combinations, and I was so pissed at how weak and pathetic that character is as far as like damage reduction and survivability. And Claw Block does not work. Every single time I tell people, they're like,
you gotta put points in Claw Block. If you don't put points in Claw Block, you're gonna be weak. You gotta see the baby.
That's what I was doing. It doesn't work, okay? You're moving too much, and every time you move, you're not blocking, and as soon as you start moving, you lose all of that blockness, and it's just terrible. The chilling armor, the Cold Sunder made the world of difference, because I didn't have to worry about all the melee monsters beating me to death all the time. Because anytime you teleported into a pack of monsters that were cold immune, they would just keep beating on you while you were killing them. Especially the was there a couple? There was a couple that are just like really nasty too, and I ran into that problem. Yeah, like Urdars. There's a couple. Like you when you teleport into the packs that have immune to colds and you can't freeze them, it's bad. Well, that's not a halfway decent little Teliami. It's got Mana Leech, Replenish Life, Fire Res, and Teleport. We'll drop that in the swap here. I mean, overall, the character's very powerful when you get her running and you get her charges going.
She's very fun and flawed.
But she's also extremely weak, and if she loses her charges, it's just terrible. Her gear is always broken, and you're pretty much relying on your life leech like all of the time. Another problem that you're going to run into is that, are you currently relying on Cobra Strike for your life and mana leech?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't work.
It doesn't, well, not sometimes, like a lot of times. It'll just stop working, and you'll die. I actually had to switch over to Drax. It was so unreliable, and I died so many times because of it, I pretty much just had to switch over to Drax.
I haven't had it be that bad yet, but I have noticed that sometimes it just says, nope, we're not going to do this.
Yeah, it just won't work. And sometimes it's not important. Like, you don't necessarily 100% need that leech to stay alive. But there are also other times where, like, you'll go to fight Uber Diablo or something, or you'll be in Uber Tristram, and you're trying to rely on that leech to save your life, and you go to fight Uber Diablo, and the leech just doesn't work. It just completely ceases functioning.
I'm not sure I would ever do this with the Mosaic Sin. I'm thinking about building her predominantly as, like, just an AoE clearer.
Oh, I don't know why people think that about that character. You are a kicker. You have an ability that hits like 9 times in like a single like set of frames, and all you have to do is add on a modicum of crushing blow and open wounds, and now you are literally as effective as a smiter with AoE clear. You are now a almost like better than a smiter in most ways, but just not really tanky.
I do believe that if you, I imagine that if you did it right.
I mean, that's how I set mine up. I didn't go with any...
You wouldn't actually need necessarily your, like, Blades of Ice and stuff for dealing with Uber Diablo. You would just need, what is it?
I mean, you still want it.
Drax and something like, your Tiger Strike and a G-Face and some
I mean, what are you using right now?
Currently, I'm rocking double mosaic, a Rothas, a Raven Frost, and.
Well, no, I mean like charges. What are you using for charges right now?
I went for what was easiest to play, which is 3 charges for Chaos Bolt in Chaos Ice Bolt and Phoenix Strike, and 3 charges of Claws of Thunder, and then Tiger Strike and Cobra Strike. Because it's really easy to set up and just go.
I mean, ever since they fixed it, like, Claws of Thunder does work with Phoenix Strike, but honestly, your damage output will be way better with the second charge, which is the Chain Lightning one.
Yeah, I know it's way better, but it's also way more finicky and way more of a pain for me to get that exact charge.
I mean,
I would personally rather sacrifice the damage for ease of play than deal with the more damage.
But I mean, you're using Tiger Strike, which is a good thing. So you've got the physical damage. You just need to add in some Crushing Blow, and you're set. I mean, there's no reason to run any like the negative res. I don't know why people even do the negative res versions, because you really don't need it. Like, basically all you really have to do is you just set up multiple elements. So you've got physical with Tiger Strike, you've got lightning usually with Phoenix Strike, and then you've got cold with the Blades of Ice, and then you use Cobra Strike if you want to for the Life Leech, which is not bad. Although if you got like Drax or something like that, you could probably just swap out the Cobra Strike for Blades of Ice, and you could just run all 3 of the elementals with Tiger. And then, so once you have all of the elements, so you're running physical, lightning, and cold, and you grab a little Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, there's nothing that literally you can't kill. You just roll through everything. And you're basically like, Tri-Elemental? And once you hit Tri-Elemental status, you're done.
The only thing that's left that can stop you is the mini Uber stuff or Ancients.
I mean, honestly, I don't even think anything can stop that character. It's the Tri-Elemental status is just too good. Well, as long as you put in a little bit of Crushing Blow, a little bit of Open Wounds. Like I said, I used the Cold Thunder literally just so that I could make sure that everything was frozen on the screen. It helped tremendously for survivability, and then once I did that, like, as long as I had my charges running, of course, I was pretty much God tier at that point. I didn't like the pace. The pace is nasty. I'm a raccoon, so I didn't like the fact that I couldn't stop and pick up items.
It's a little bit bothersome for me too.
I mean, you see something drop and you're torn between stopping to pick it up and check it and like getting to the next monster to make sure your charges don't. Yeah, all your damage falling off and having to like potentially die to rebuild your charges.
Yep, that's why I was thinking about trying to go. That's why I was trying to make it really, really tanky without like claw block or stuff or dodge or evade. I think it is. That way I could be super tanky
possible
without it, and then
the only way that you're gonna be able to do it is to get your defense up, and the only way to get your defense up is either Fortitude, or the Book of Shadows. The unfortunate side effect, and I've run through this on several characters so far, the unfortunate side effect of having no defense is that you have no % chance to avoid an attack. And the layering of those bonuses is a lot stronger than you think. So when you have like like say an 85% chance to avoid an attack through defense, then you layer on top of that something like claw block, and like put in maybe like evasion or something like that. You've got like an 85% chance to hit the target, and then so like after 85%, you only have like a 15% chance left to actually hit the target. And then if you roll the 15% chance, now there's a 55% chance that your 15% chance is going to get blocked or something like that. And so it ends up being, like a 7.5% chance to actually connect an attack to you. Defense is a lot more important than a lot of people realize. And that's
Very
that's why I
powerful.
really don't
It's
like
just
how they.
it's really hard to scale on most characters.
Well, you
Unless
have.
you want to go get a Defiance Merc.
Well, that's what I said. You have two options. So you have Fortitude, which is going to give you the Chilling Armor proc, and then you also have your Cloak of Shadows. Now, if you max out Cloak of Shadows, it's actually kind of a fun ability. Cloak of Shadows will give you a static debuff, a buff of defense, and that static buff of defense does not have anything to do with the ability. Like when you
blind
use
target thing.
So you don't have to have a monster to use that on. It's literally a buff, and it applies to you directly, and you do not need to have any monsters nearby to gain access to that buff. So if you spam Cloak of Shadows every single time it is up, you will maintain a static defense bonus, which will help get you into a range that's actually like decent for your character.
Respectable.
I mean, on top of that, Cloak of Shadows obviously also has the benefit of blinding everything. And reducing their defense too, which in general means you need less attack rating to actually hit things. I can't remember what the maximum duration of it is once you get it all like decked out. I think it's like 30 or 40 seconds.
It is, yeah.
And then I don't remember what the defense bonus is either, but it's a pretty decent amount of defense that you gain. And then you could of course stack another defensive bonus on there too, like Fortitude.
Defiance Merc would probably be easy.
I mean, yeah, you could do a Defiance Merc. As someone who hasn't played the game in a long time, I just started last season 8 and I'm having trouble learning the trading world and prices. Any tips and resources so far? The trading scene has made me want to go solo everything.
Trading is difficult and prices are expensive. And let's see here, like advice, everything is most valuable at the beginning of a thing. Everything comes down in price as the season goes on. So
I mean, what is it that you're trying to trade for? Like, first off.
Yeah.
I mean, like, because the currency on items is actually pretty simple to understand at this point, and unless you're trading for something that's extremely valuable, like, you should be able to pick up most stuff for like P-gems and like just like relatively mid runes, so like Ko's, Lems, Lums, etc.
Yeah, unless you're trying to make high-end rune words, like what's the insane thing that goes in a sword, has might aura, 70% crushing blow, last wish. Unless you're trying to make a last wish, yeah, like what are you trying to do?
I mean, it really comes down to what he's trying to trade for. I mean, also it depends on what he has. Like, he might not actually have anything worth trading, which is common. I mean, some people just don't have anything worth trading, and like you're trying to trade like hell runes and freaking like towels for stuff, and nobody wants your hell runes and towels. I don't want your hell runes and towels. I mean, I can take you back to town real quick, and I can give you a short kind of like synopsis on the understanding of why things have certain value, so that you understand, like, for instance, why something doesn't have value. Let me go to town real quick, and I will give you like a quick and dirty quick. Okay.
I assume I'm going to take a guess and say that most of his issues is coming from him not having anything
worth trading or worth selling. Okay, so first off, let's take a look at runes. So runes are very simple. If you take 3 runes of a specific type and you put them in the cube, they transmute up to the next tier. Runes have a very specific value because runes are used in a lot of recipes, and the reason for their value usually comes from their rarity, as well as what it takes to create those runes in terms of like transmuting up runes. You can transmute up any runes, you just have to put the appropriate runes in the cube and transmute them up to the next rune. For instance, I have a bunch of tier runes here, so I'm going to go ahead and take 3 of these tier runes, and you'll notice that you can transmute these up from 3 tier runes into a Nef. So 3 tier runes is essentially the same value as 1 Nef rune because you can transmute those directly to each other. But nobody wants all these garbage low tier runes. So anything lower than
because
pretty
they're
much...
so common.
Yeah, because they're so common. The only ones that people are actually might be interested in, as far as like low tier runes, are things that are used for really popular crafting recipes. Like for instance, the Ral rune is used in the recipe for crafting a caster amulet, and I'll show you that recipe real quick, which is currently a Ral rune, a perfect amethyst, a jewel of any type, and also an amulet, preferably a high level amulet because you don't want to use a low level one. I usually just end up gambling them. You put those in the cube together and you will end up with the caster amulet recipe, and this gives you a random caster amulet, which can have some really good stats, up to like 20% faster cast, plus 2 skills, all sorts of beautiful things, magic find, and general, like some of these caster amulets can be extremely valuable, which means that the actual ingredients to perform the caster recipe become very valuable. So that's why people will often use perfect emesis as a trade currency. They will also use Ral runes as a trade currency, because Ral runes, if you have a certain number of them, can equal up to, you know, like a decent thing. Like somebody might say, I'll give you an Ist rune for like 40 Ral runes or something.
General going rate's about 20.
20, okay. So an Ist rune for like 20 Ral runes. Now, if you take a look at the runes recipes, so let's go take a look at the runes real quick. And I'm going to show you why specific runes are more valuable than others. So let's pull up this list, and you'll see it starts at L rune, right? So this is the lowest, dirtest, cheapest rune in the book. Nobody really wants this unless they're making like a Breath of the Dying or something, or they're trying to repair claws. And as you go down the list, they increase in rarity exponentially until eventually you get to the point where you're at actual rare items. Like the Io rune is probably the lowest of the runes that actually still has some sort of value. The Lum rune is still pretty dirt cheap, and nobody usually cares about it unless they're trying to do a specific recipe. But you can use them as trade bait. However, once you get up into the Kos, the Fals, the Lems, the Puls, the Ums, this is where you're getting into like more of a mid-rune value, and they actually have like a pretty standard like value across the board. Like if I offer somebody a Pul, you know, for an item that's not particularly that valuable, they might be like, oh yeah, a Pul, I'll take a Pul for that. The recipe for creating a Pul is 3 Lems. So not to say that this is a direct representation on the trade value of an item, but 3 Lems is essentially exactly the same as a Pul rune, because you can take 3 Lems and transmute them into a Pul. Now, depending on the rune, sometimes the value of the rune transcends their position in the chart.
Ist and Gull.
Ist rune is probably one of the most generically tradable runes in the list. A Mal rune is half of a Ist rune, for instance, and a Ist rune is half of a Gull rune. So, like, if you look at it from that perspective, people love to use Ists. Ists are just rare enough that they tend to be plentiful enough that people have them in their hands, but rare enough that people know that they're valuable and can actually use them for purchasing equipment. So usually if you offer somebody an Ist rune for something, even if it's overpaying, they're very likely to accept an Ist rune, sometimes even if it's underpaying, because Ist runes are just common trade material. Everything above an Ist rune is generally worth a pretty good amount of trade value. Gull runes, Vex runes, Ohm runes, those are very good runes for trade value. Low is one of the more popular ones because it's used in the Grief phase blades. A Sur rune, although it doesn't have like the most amazing uses in the actual rune words, it is, however, half of a Bur rune, and because 2 Sur runes equals a Bur rune no matter what. So a Sur rune is worth half a Bur rune without question. If anybody tries to tell you that a Sur rune is not worth half of a Bur rune, slap them in the face. A Bur rune is very valuable because it's used in quite a few recipes. Like, for instance, it's used in Enigma, it's used in Chains of Honor, it's used in your Infinity. It's used in all sorts of beautiful things, and people really, really want a Bur rune. A Jaw rune is technically above a Bur rune, but it's actually less valuable than the Bur rune in most situations. Not by much, but it's usually either equivalent to the Bur rune or slightly below the Bur rune, even though it's technically above it. Then we come to the Cham rune and the Zod rune. For some reason or another, the Cham rune drops more often than the Burr rune and the Jaw rune and the Sur rune, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it does. And because of this, the Cham rune and the Zod rune are usually not worth as much as the Burr rune and the Jaw rune, and by leagues. The Cham rune and the Zod rune are usually around like a Vex, sometimes even as low as a Gull, but sometimes as high as like an Ohm rune, depending on how the market is going that season. And it's because you can take 2 Chams and convert it into a Zod, and the Chams tend to be just better. Like, they just drop all the time. So usually you won't find a Zod, because they're actually pretty rare. If you do actually find one, you're kind of like, it's kind of crazy.
So here's the thing. I've found 2 Zods and have never found a Cham.
I've found tons of Chams, but only found like 2 Zods. Now, this is just the runes. So this is like the value of the currency itself. Then you get into like the value of the items, like how valuable is a specific piece of equipment. Well, specific pieces of equipment all have various values. For instance, a Crown of Ages. Let's talk about a Crown of Ages for a second, because that's a really easy choice. So Crown of Ages D2R. So the Crown of Ages is a really popular helmet. It's one that has some nice stats on it, but the stats vary a lot. They vary a ton. It varies anywhere between 1 to 150 defense, 10 to 15% damage reduction, 20 to 30 all res, and 1 to 2 sockets. If you had a 15% DR, 30 all res, 2 socket Crown of Ages, you would have a many Burr rune item. If you had a 10%, 20 all res, 1 socket Crown of Ages, you might not even be able to get an ist for that. Like, that's the difference in value between something just based on how it rolls. For you specifically, you said that you're looking for starter Paladin gear. Starter Paladin gear is going to be cheap stuff. It's going to be things like a 4-socket, like a Paladin shield. Maybe not even an elite shield. Maybe just something that you can put on at this particular moment.
What type of Paladin?
You're going to be able to put together like a starter Paladin equipment set for PGems. You're going to be able to get things like a 4-socket shield for a spirit. You'll be able to get like a halfway decent little weapon like an Oath Blade or something. Most of this stuff you're going to be able to trade for PGems. Now, if you're looking for high-level equipment, not starter equipment, then that's going to cost you a whole bunch more.
Well, I would also ask him what Paladin is he running. Because if he's running a Zealer, he's in a much different position than if he's running, let's say, a Foden or a Hammerdin or something.
Yes, I mean there's varying items that you can get for the character.
A low level Oath is still going to cost him a Mal rune. And
let's take your Paladin here. So let's do a Sacred Rondash. So Sacred Rondash is a pretty common shield that most of the Paladins like to use. All right, this is on Tradery.com. So here I'll post Tradery for you. So Tradery has the items up here for trade, and you have multiple people having multiple different items for trade, right? Well, we're gonna filter this down, so I want it to make sure that we've got 4 sockets. So let's do 4 sockets. Of course, I did the wrong one, obviously. Socketed. Let's do minimum 4 sockets. Apply filters. All right, now that we have that applied, we're gonna go take a look at recent trades, okay? And we're gonna see what that item is trading for recently. So a 4-socket, 44 all-res Sacred Rondash, which is really good, has recently traded for a Gull rune. That's basically around what your price is going to be looking at. This guy had a perfect one, which is a 45 all-res, and he got a Vex rune for it. That's because that one was perfect. The other guy's wasn't. It was 1 res off, and one res off can make that much of a difference. This guy's got a 35 res, which isn't really as good, but it's an ist rune or a Mal rune. And so forth and so on. And you can kind of get like an idea of the general price of an item from this. You can take a look at recent trades and you can kind of figure that out from there. Like, let's see here. You're a Hammerdin, so you're probably going to want something like a Hodo. That's probably going to be your
dual spirit.
Yeah, dual spirit is easy early on. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking starter gear. Sure, dual spirit, a smoke.
That spirit, make sure you roll it in a 45 all res. This could be best in slot.
Well,
for
yeah, he wants.
action.
He could do
Yeah,
Spirit
but
Shield,
if
Spirit
he's starting
Sword.
out, he can do it with anything that's like 30 or better.
Yeah.
You
So
sold the
30
44
all
res
res.
wontons?
Although instead of an Asian, he should be making a North Star Pally, but I'll leave that one to Ginger.
You want your dual spirit, your lore, a smoke, and probably some FCR rings.
I mean, I don't normally recommend a Hammerden for a starter character, but like that's just me. I have a seething hatred for Hammerdens in general, so you're probably talking to the wrong guy when it comes to Hammerdens. But I still think that I am being very level-headed when I say I don't think Hammerden is a good starter build for most characters. You got to hit specific IAS breakpoint or FCR breakpoints. You got to hit a certain level of survivability so you can stand there and use your hammers. You also need just you need a lot of plus the skills. You also need to make sure you're using concentration. I find a lot of Hammerdens will actually do very silly things. Like I'll find Hammerdens using like fanaticism or like silly stuff like that, and I'm like, are you actually like attacking anything with like zeal or something? And they're like, no, I'm just using hammers. And I'm like the fanaticism makes my hammer spin faster, right? And I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's like they're like, well, the build guide said to use concentration, but I thought fanaticism was better. And I'm like, no, fanaticism is not better. Start fighting people. Hey, Jacob with the beanie purchase. Thank you, man.
But yeah, so starter gear is basically dual spirit, a smoke, a lore. Go gamble a paladin skills or combat skills amulet, and fill your ring slots with either FCR or res, faster cast rate or res, and fill your gloves, boots, and belt with res.
All right, let's do a quick. We'll do a quick trade resale. Okay, so I'm gonna just run you through it real quick so you can see. So here we have a gold wrap, not particularly that hard to find, but it is a sought after item, right? So it has some value. All right, so let's go on Tradery real quick, and we're gonna do a sale, and we're gonna take a look and value an item, and I'm gonna show you how to value an item, right? So I'm going here. I'm gonna look for gold wrap. All right, and gold wrap actually has various prices because, of course, it depends on what the gold percentage is. So if you get one that has like a really high gold percentage, you can have a better value, right? So I've got a 79% extra gold for monster gold wrap here, which is pretty good. That's a pretty good number. So I'm going to put in minimum 79% on the filter. And then I'm going to look at recent trades. I'm going to see what this is worth, right? So let's take a look and see what it's been recently trading for. So somebody traded an 80 for a Mal rune. Another 80 went for an Ist. Another 80 went for an Ist. Somebody traded a 79 for a Mal. So it looks like it's standing pretty steady around Mal Ist, depending on whether you now have a 79 or an 80. But 79 is pretty close. So it looks like I'd be able to get a Mal rune for this pretty easily. So when I go to post this, I could go to add listing. I'm going to search for gold wrap. I'm going to go ahead and put in that it's in ladder, PC, softcore, and we're also going to do that it is a normal base tier. We got Americas, and then you can put in the stats. So with this particular item, the 80% extra gold for monsters is the only thing that really rolls. That's the only thing that really rolls besides like the base defense, I think. So I'm just going to put that in. So that's the important thing, and I'm going to make sure I put that into the thing when I mark it. So I'm going to put in 79% extra gold for monsters. And then you can either put it up here for the Mal rune, which would be really easy. So I could just go Mal, right? I'm going to go add listing. And then that's it. So now I've priced the item. I have the item put up on the website for a Mal rune. And if somebody wants to offer me something different on this, they can. They can, maybe they'll down offer me to like what is it, like a rune or something. Maybe they'll offer me an rune instead, and I'll be like, no, that's too low. Or maybe they'll up offer me because they don't have a Mal rune, which is pretty common, and they might just offer me an Ist because they don't have a Mal rune laying around. In which case, I'm definitely going to say yes, unless I really want a Mal rune. because an Ist rune is basically 2 Mal runes, so they're going to upcharge me for that. A lot of the times when you're in the trading websites, people don't really have exact change for stuff, which is kind of like the symptom of a system that uses individual currencies like this, where you have like a rune as a currency. It's not like this rune represents, you know, like $1.99 or something, or it's like a $2 bill. Like it's a little bit more difficult than that, you know. So sometimes you just don't really have the exact change for an item or the exact value that something's worth. So you might just simply offer somebody a little bit more than what it could potentially be worth, which is fine. As long as you get what you're looking for, that's really all that matters. Declone is spawning.
When and where?
I don't know. I guess maybe he already spawned. Oh, non-ladder? Non-ladder. And his name is Uber Diablo. Okay. Alright, well, I gotta get to work. I will see you guys later.
Alright, check you later.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been like, what is this, 5.5 hours? I appreciate all you guys hanging out with me. I will be on tomorrow to play some more Diablo 2. And then on Wednesday, I think, that's when the Diablo 4 public test realm starts. So I hope you guys will join me for that too. I'm going to be checking out the new rune words in the PTR. I think the new rune words don't come till Friday, but we got to level up characters so we can actually test things out and get everything running. Because we're going to need characters to test those rune words on, right? So we might as well just... I'll probably be leveling up a bunch of characters to test out the new PTR and see how the new system is. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun videos. Keep watching.